Good morning. No, you can't hear. Try. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. If you could please take your seats. Good morning, colleagues and delegates. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural IEB Accommodations and Wellbeing Conference. We are truly delighted to have you here today as we come together to explore how best to support learners in ways that are both meaningful and sustainable. Our program is rich with insights from experts across fields, ranging from the science of working memory and mental health to practical strategies for implementing accommodations in both school and tertiary contexts. We are also thrilled to have voices from within the schooling system share their experiences, challenges, and successes. This conference is a step forward in deepening our understanding and practice of inclusive assessment, accommodation implementation, and well-being, one that we hope will leave you both informed and inspired. A heartfelt thank you to all our speakers for generously sharing their time, expertise, and insights with us today. We are also deeply grateful for St Stithians College for their warm hospitality in hosting our conference. Your generosity and support are sincerely appreciated. Thank you all for your attendance and engagement. Just some housekeeping rules. You would have received a folder with the program inside it. Please note that we will have tea at 10:30 to 11 o'clock and then lunch at 20 to 1 till 20 to 2. So please use that time to network with people who are also facing the same challenges that you do in managing the space effectively. Just in terms of the bathrooms, if you go out to your left, or my left, your right, up the stairs to the ladies and the men at the bottom. If you do need any assistance during the course of the day, please do not hesitate to contact any of the IEB staff. Now it is my great honor to introduce our CEO for the welcome, Ms. Confidence Toholi. Ms. Confidence Toholi has worked extensively in the education sector for 34 years. She began her career as a teacher in Mafeking, Northwest Province. She then worked at Umalusi for 14 years, where her role entailed quality assurance of the matric exams and assessments. Confidence joined ISASA in 2015, where she held the position of Director, Policy and Government Relations. Her focus at ISASA entailed advocacy and mediation on all education-related policy issues with various government departments and other relevant stakeholders, such as the ETB-CETA, the South African Council of Educators, Umalusi, and the National Education Collaboration Trust. She was appointed the Chief Executive Officer of the IEB in January 2023. Confidence holds an M.Ed in Curriculum and Instruction Leadership from Concordia University in the USA, a B.Ed Honours in Assessment and Quality Assurance from University of Pretoria, an Advanced Certificate in Education in Assessment and Quality Assurance from University of Pretoria, and a Diploma of Education in the Arts from Northwest. Confidence has presented at local, national and international conferences. She currently serves on various boards and committees across South Africa and internationally. Please help me welcome Ms. Confidence to the stage. Thank you.
Robin did not prepare me. She didn't tell me she was going to read my CV. So I was really taken by surprise. I thought it was just going to be welcome Confidence, the CEO of the IEB, and that's it. Thank you, Robin, for that really warm introduction and your kind words. Good morning, colleagues, partners, and friends in education. It is, of course, my greatest pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural IEB Accommodation and Wellbeing Conference today. Before I actually continue with my opening address, I think I need to acknowledge some people this morning, and I will do it in bits and pieces as I continue. But let me start by acknowledging the executive team from the IEB, who are really the winds beneath my wings. The four my team members that are here this morning: Dr. Helen Sidiropoulos, if you don't mind just standing so people can see you, Helen. And Helen is our executive manager responsible for design and development of our assessment material at the IEB. Next to her is Mr. Tsepo Maredi. And Tsepo is our executive manager responsible for finances at the IEB. And I think Funiwe is still on her way here. She's caught up in traffic. You'll see her when she comes in, but she's our other executive manager responsible for exam administration and operations at the IEB. So in 2024, January, when we released our results at the IEB, we premised our media statement on the whole notion of learner well-being in schools. This was triggered by our concern with really how the whole hype around the matric exams, the release of matric exams, and the impact that this has on the learners. And so the whole press statement was really around this, just raising awareness around the need to be mindful when we release matric results, because these have a tendency to throw learners the direction you really didn't expect it to do. And so this was the beginning of the journey that has led us to today. It was a series of conversations. I remember in one of our meetings where one of our executive managers, Helen precisely, was saying, okay, CEO, in fact, this is what we can do. You can write an article on well-being in schools, and we did that in one of our newsletters. I think it was the 2024 winter or summer newsletter. There is an article that speaks to that. And then she said, and also we could have a webinar with all our teachers, and we could just talk about well-being and gain insights from how teachers are dealing with the whole issue of well-being in schools. We did that, and she said, actually, we can do a conference on learner well-being and accommodation. And I thought, now this is really being very ambitious, but let's see. And here we are today at this conference, but this is how it started, and that's how it really was birthed. And so thank you for joining us today for what promises to be a day of thoughtful engagement, of challenging conversations and shared commitment to the learners we serve. Before we begin, let me express my huge thank you to all our esteemed guest speakers who are going to be addressing us today, who gracefully agreed to honor us with their presence. Not only that, but to share their wisdom with us today. I can tell you now that these were thoughtfully and carefully selected to come and speak to us today. I will not introduce them. They will be introduced as they come and do and deliver their talks. Let me also welcome and acknowledge and warmly welcome our distinguished guests that we have here today. So from Umalusi, we are honored by the presence of Dr. Mary Antoinette Kliwayo. I think I saw her here. And if you can just raise your hand, there she is. And Miss Precious Molepo, she is somewhere here, right here. And Mr. Andy Tulo is also here from Umalusi. Yeah, you were told that I used to work at Umalusi, and he was one of my colleagues. Him and Anto were my colleagues at Umalusi many years back. And also from the Department of Basic Education, we warmly welcome two colleagues, Miss Millicent Boado. I hope I pronounced your surname correctly. She's caught up in traffic. I can tell you traffic coming this way is horrible, but she will be joining us also. And Ms. Kitumetsi Mudiba, also caught up in traffic. They will join us shortly. Their presence, the two stakeholders at this conference, really strengthens the foundation of a collaborative dialogue and accountability that must underpin all efforts toward a more inclusive and responsive education system. Now, as we gather here today, I'm reminded of the words of Professor Linda Darling-Hammond, a leading voice in educational equity. And I quote, "We must build a system in which all children, regardless of where they come from, are given the opportunity to realize their full potential." Close quote. This conference embodies this vision. It embodies a system that recognizes learner needs, a system that honors learning diversity, and ensures fair access to meaningful learning and assessment. Today, we will engage on a series of critical themes as per your program there, which ranges from working memory in classroom to implementation of accommodations in schools, addressing anxiety and depression, creating a culture of well-being in schools, and understanding accommodations at tertiary level. So these are some of the topics that will be addressed today. We are proud to bring together, as I said, voices from schools, from universities, and the psychological community, reflecting the deeply interdisciplinary nature of this work. Inclusion and well-being are not luxuries. Underline this. Inclusion and well-being are not luxuries. They are foundational to every child's success. And as Dr. Karen Traceman says, she's a trauma specialist, and I quote, "If we don't feel safe, we can't learn. If we don't feel seen, we don't believe we matter. If we don't feel heard, we won't speak. Connection and care are not soft skills, they are survival skills." Close quote. At the IEB, we believe assessment should not only be rigorous, but it should also be responsive, it should be sensitive to diversity, it should be respectful of mental health, and it should be grounded in human-centered values. That's what we believe in at the IEB. So the question we now face today is not whether we should accommodate, but how we do so. How we do so ethically, defensively, and effectively. That is what we should ponder on as we continue to deliberate today. And that is why your presence here today truly matters. Now, as CEO of the IEB, I know for a fact that the future of education lies not only in curriculum and technology and AI and all these fancy things, but in how we nurture the human beings entrusted to our care. That is the future of education. Now, before I close, it would be very remiss of me not to do this, and allow me to express my sincere thanks to the incredible team at the IEB, the dream team, as I call it, for their dedication, the planning, meticulous planning, attention to detail, and care that went into bringing this conference to life. Your commitment to quality and inclusion is evident in every detail of today's program. I mean, you can see for yourselves, colleagues. Thank you for making this important space possible. Can we just give them a round of applause, please? Now, as I close, let me close then with the words of Archbishop Desmond Tutu, and I quote, "Inclusive, good quality education is a foundation for dynamic and equitable societies." Can I repeat that? Inclusive, good quality education is a foundation for dynamic and equitable societies. May today strengthen our resolve as a community to be architects of such a society where no learner is unseen, no learner is unheard, and no learner is unsupported. Thank you once again, colleagues, for being part of this important conversation. And I wish all of us a rich, meaningful, and rewarding conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CEO, and certainly those are sentiments we agree with. At the IEB, we are fully aware that modern education, and particularly assessment, means looking and considering inclusivity from the start of test development and not as an afterthought. I am very proud and honoured today to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Kate Cockcroft. Kate is a professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of the Witwatersrand, where she obtained her PhD. She holds dual registrations with the Health Professions Council of South Africa in the categories of neuropsychology and research psychology, and has many years' experience in teaching undergraduate and postgraduate courses in cognitive psychology, neuropsychology, cognitive neuroscience, developmental psychology, and psychological assessment. Kate's scholarly work addresses the theoretical and practical issues of local and global relevance related to the relationship between executive functioning and multilingualism, the malleability of executive functions, as well as valid and fair ways of assessing these abilities. These interests and others within the field of cognitive neuroscience have resulted in nationally and internationally funded research studies, conference presentations, and 98 publications. Kate is an executive editor of the African Journal of Psychological Assessment, a member of the Academy of Science of South Africa, and coordinator of the BITS Neuroscience Research Laboratory. Please help me in giving Kate a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for inviting me here today. I'm just checking out the text, so making sure that I'm familiar with it. So it's really great to be able to talk to you today about one of my pet subjects, and I hope that by the end of my talk you'll be as passionate about this topic as I am. So my talk today will focus on the functioning of a particular cognitive system called working memory, and what this means for you as educators. So I'm starting off with a quote that some of you might find a little bit contentious. However, I hope that by the end of my talk, I will have provided sufficient evidence in support of this statement. Having a well-functioning working memory helps us in a huge range of activities every day. For example, giving a talk, prioritizing information, and deciding on the steps to undertake to achieve goals, focusing on what's important, thinking quickly on our feet, adapting to new situations, staying motivated to achieve a particular goal, and learning more easily at school. So in addition to talking about why working memory is so important, I'll also talk a little bit about how it's typically assessed and how it develops. And importantly, I'll talk about how working memory difficulties manifest in the classroom. And then I intend to end with a little discussion about some of the accommodations that can be made in the classroom for learners with working memory difficulties. So just starting off, I'm sure somewhere you encountered the term working memory in your training, have been recently in some training that you've done recently, or long ago when you were an undergraduate student. So I just want to start off with a little refresher, so we're all on the same page. And in order to do this, what I want you to do is just remember these three letters without writing them down, no notes. So HNC. And your task is then to mentally move 4 places forward in the alphabet from each of these letters. So mentally move 4 places forward from H, 4 places forward from N, and so on. When you get to each letter, you can shout it out because this isn't class. So tell me when you get to the letters, 4 places forward from each. Shout. Wait till you get to all 3, then tell me all 3, not one at a time. And? Great. Your working memory is intact. So the answer, LRG. So moving 4 places forward in the alphabet is a piece of cake, right? But the difficulty comes in when you have to mentally hold that first letter L, then perform the next operation, move 4 places forward, hold L and R now while you're doing the next operation. So, and this can get increasingly more difficult with more complex instructions and more letters or information to transform in your head. So the point of this exercise was just to show you working memory in operation and how it's essential for processing information in real time, right now. But in real life, of course, we're seldom asked to manipulate letters. We're asked to do far more complex things, such as hold visual, spatial, and verbal information at the same time, keep it refreshed, and then conduct some sort of task. So I encountered that difficulty when I came onto the enormous campus that is St Stithians. I wasn't familiar with it, and Google Maps doesn't seem to work well on the campus. The guard at the entrance had given me a direction and told me where I should go, what steps I should follow, so I had to mentally rehearse those steps using my short-term memory, and then try and apply it to the kind of rough map that I had in my head. Now, I know Robin did send me a map, so it's not your fault. And use my working memory to adapt that to my spatial location and figure out how to get to this venue. So, and importantly there, I mentioned using my short-term memory. So working memory and short-term memory, importantly, are not the same thing, although you will find that many people tend to use the terms interchangeably. As I'll show to you in my talk, short-term memory is an essential component of working memory, but it's not everything that is working memory. So my little example is just to show you the kind of complex activities that we're involved in on a day-to-day basis, where we take our working memories for granted. So working memory then is this process that enables us to briefly hold small amounts of information in a readily accessible state, and so that we are able to use it for complex cognitive tasks. At the same time, you are intentionally ignoring everything else that's not relevant to the task at hand. So another way of describing working memory is that it's the few minutes of conscious awareness that you have right now. So the feeling of the chair against your body, the sound of my voice, the sight of the slide, the smell of your neighbor, hopefully it's pleasant, and all of this is integrated into a coherent sense of us existing and being consciously aware of the world. And it gives us the sense that our consciousness is occurring in this cohesive stream. And then working memory, of course, has to link up with stored schemas from our long-term memories so that we can comprehend and predict what's happening in the world. So working memory essentially is a critically important process because it mediates most of our conscious awareness with the world. And on a practical level, working memory is fundamental for virtually all of our cognitive processes, since it's enabling us to mentally hold and use these small amounts of information in quite complex tasks, such as setting goals and then planning the steps to achieve them, solving problems, writing, extracting the gist of information from what we've read or heard. And it's therefore unsurprising that in cognitive psychology and education, working memory is one of the most researched constructs. And in fact, there's considerable research, I'm sure you would have encountered it as educators, that links working memory functioning to academic performance, a range of academic skills, in fact, such as vocabulary acquisition, learning to read, reading comprehension, numeracy acquisition, and numerical reasoning, to name just a few. And interestingly enough, there's a body of research that shows that measurements of working memory taken at the very start of formal education, when the child is just beginning, these are much better predictors of how successful the child is going to be with their academics than is a full-scale IQ score. And this pattern continues throughout the academic career, high school, into college, university, and even into the workplace. And this is quite interesting, and the reason for it is that IQ tests traditionally are measuring a collection of abilities, which mostly tap our previously learned and stored crystallized information, the bulk of it. Whereas, as I'll talk about this a little later, but as I'll demonstrate in my talk, working memory measures are tapping the processes that enable us to learn this information, or our potential to learn. And in fact, many of the newer IQ tests now have been revised to incorporate a working memory index in acknowledgement of the importance of this skill, and that this is not just captured by a single score, but a whole collection of measurements. So just in order for me to proceed to discuss a little bit about how working memory is linked to academics, I need to cover a little bit of theoretical ground. And I really don't want this to sound like a university lecture, so I'm going to try my best not to make it sound like that. Sorry, I skipped ahead too far. There we go. So again, I think this will be a refresher for most of you. So just a quick reminder. There are many theories of working memory, but most typically the one that is taught and that is relied on not only in research but in test development is this one of Alan Baddeley. And there are just a few key takeaway points that you need to remind yourself about this theory. The one is, as you can see by its name, working memory doesn't constitute a single skill. It comprises multiple components, hence the name multi-component model. So working memory consists of several components that work together in a coordinated manner to temporarily store and manipulate information. And these components entail several stores as well as an overarching kind of executive component. So the stores are two separate storage facilities, processes, components. One for storing auditory and verbal information called the phonological loop, and the other for storing visual and spatial information called the visual spatial sketchpad. So the phonological loop consists of two bits. One is a phonological store, so this would passively just hold information. Just hold it passively without manipulating it in any way. And then there's an active part to this called an articulatory rehearsal system, which is for refreshing, for keeping that information current so that you don't lose it. So when the security guard told me, turn first right, then go past 2 streets, turn left, I was saying this over and over using my articulatory rehearsal mechanism, which is just our little inner voice. That inner voice, sometimes we talk to ourselves using it, or we use it to rehearse information, either quietly or out loud. That's a part of the phonological loop. And these processes are important for integrating auditory and verbal information into meaningful sounds, words, sentences, and so on. And then similarly, on the visual spatial side, the visual spatial sketchpad is also subdivided into just a passive store called the visual cache, so that just passively stores visual or spatial information, and it also has an active refresher component called the inner scribe. So this would be when you mentally trace a route in your head or you call up an image, you're using the inner scribe. And these processes are critical for interpreting and integrating information from the visual world, which otherwise would just constitute the series of disjointed snapshots, which is how we perceive them, but our working memory is what is piecing them all together. So we have these modality-specific storage components, the phonological loop and the visual spatial sketchpad, and when we say a short-term memory, this is what we're referring to. These passive storage elements, they are our short-term memory. And they just passively hold information, but they can't manipulate it in any way. The part that is responsible for manipulation is called the central executive. It's closely linked to our executive functions, and it's domain general. It's a shared attentional mechanism that controls what gets placed into the visual and verbal stores, and it plays a whole range of regulatory roles that include accessing information from long-term memory, paying attention, planning, inhibiting information that's not relevant to the task at hand, or behaviors that are automatized but not relevant, simultaneously holding and processing information. So the central executive is the working part of working memory. And then the final part, there is another storage component called the episodic buffer. It's essentially our interface between our conscious awareness and our long-term memory. So it serves as the portal for bringing information from long-term memory into consciousness and integrating it into coherent episodes. So sorry for the bit of academic lecture. I try to keep it to a minimum, but the important thing is that all of these components of working memory are essential for effective learning. And a learner may have a difficulty in one or two or all elements of working memory, which might compromise learning. And different academic tasks are drawing on different aspects of the working memory system. So typically, the tasks that learners are engaged in high school are more complex. They involve multi-part instructions, they involve sequencing and ordering information, and those tasks are drawing heavily on the central executive as well as the stores. In the early years, in the foundation years, in the early preschool years, when the learner is still picking up numeracy and literacy and starting to automatize these skills, the reliance is much more heavy on the stores. So, for example, the phonological loop is used a lot during the acquisition of vocabulary, either in the first or additional languages, where there's this kind of just passive learning and storage. And similarly, in numeracy, when learning numbers and so on, there's quite a heavy reliance on the visual spatial sketchpad. So limits in working memory would constrain learning. And so it's really important that an assessment of a child's cognitive abilities includes evaluating their working memory functioning. Which really brings me to my next point around working memory assessment. And I'm often asked, well, how is it assessed? And there are many different ways, but I want to give you an example of one of them. And for this, I'm going to ask you again to do another task. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to state a sentence, and I want you to tell me if it's true or false. Okay? Bananas live in water. Flowers smell nice. Most of the time. Dogs have 4 legs. Also, most of the time. Now, tell me back the last word in each of those sentences. Tell me back. Okay, I think most of you got it. Water, nice, legs. Okay, I was a little tricky because when you do the actual working memory task, you do warn the person beforehand that you're going to ask them, but I thought I'd make it a bit more difficult for you. So this is an example of a verbal or auditory working memory test for children. I just changed the items because I couldn't give you the exact items. And working memory is typically evaluated with span-type tasks like this, in which the person must engage in some sort of immediate processing while also retaining some information for either immediate or later recall. And in these tasks, the span or capacity of working memory is determined for different modalities: verbal, visual, or spatial, and under different conditions. So, for example, in listening span tasks, which is the one I gave you, and this task measures the central executive and the phonological loop. In these types of tasks, the testee has to make judgments about the meaning of a sentence of increasing complexity, depending on the age of the testee, and then they must recall the final word. And the number of sentences becomes more and more to try and test working memory capacity. Similarly, in a digit backward span task, you might be familiar with this, it's tapping the central executive and phonological loop, but this time instead of using words, we use numbers. And here the testee has to listen to a random sequence of numbers and then say them back to you, but starting with the last number, working to the first. Not an easy, starts off easy, but it gets more and more difficult as you get more and more numbers to recall. And then, for example, in a spatial span task, what would happen is the testee is shown a set of blocks which the tester taps in a certain order, and this is spatial span backwards because we're tapping working memory. The testee then has to also tap the blocks, but starting with the last block tapped, moving to the first one. So you can see these are complex span tasks that are testing how effectively working memory can process information while holding it. In contrast, the simple span tasks, or what are sometimes called short-term memory tasks, entail just tapping the passive holding element, the passive storage element of working memory. So this, for example, would be a digits forwards task, where I say to you a random string of digits, and you have to say them back to me in exactly the same order. There's no manipulation or processing involved. So performance on these tasks then is compared to a norm of what we would expect. Oops, I forgot to proceed all my slides, and I'm red in there. I forgot that this one, I had to click the clicker for each item. So I've talked about all these points. So performance on these tasks is traditionally then compared to a norm of what we would expect from someone of a particular age and educational background that matches that of the testee. And having age-appropriate norms is really important because our working memory span isn't constant. Instead, there are developmental differences in terms of the average working memory span at different points in the lifespan. So, like other cognitive capacities, our working memory changes over the lifespan, and those of us who are on the older side of this trajectory become a little bit more aware of its decline once we get there. So, in terms of working memory span, what we do notice developmentally is a change in the number of items or chunks of information that can be held in working memory, and this increases steadily over maturation and reaches a peak at around 16 years. And this is a finding that is consistent across many different cultures. So the working memory capacity that a person has in late adolescence then tends to stay fairly constant until around 45, when it starts to decline again. And this is linked to our general central nervous system decline, But there are ways we can kind of hold it at bay. Well, some of us I know that nervous laughter, I feel it myself, some of us are a lot more aware of the decline side of this. So in this figure, on the y-axis, you'll see the yellow bar shows the number of verbal items that can be retained in working memory at different ages, and then the red bars show the number of visual or spatial items that the average person can retain at different ages. And these limits to working memory then, of course, have implications for teaching. For example, the average 8-year-old would find it difficult to recall more than about three verbal instructions and about 2, there's 2.5, but I would say about 2 visual instructions, while a typical older adolescent can hold an average of 6 verbal items and slightly few visual or spatial items, around 5. But now what we have to remember is that the number of items depicted in the y-axis here of this figure represent averages. So this is what the average person at a particular age can hold in their working memory span. And so we need to be aware that there will always be individual variations within each age group. So where do these exceptions come from? Well, exceptions to these typical trajectories would occur in the event of neurodevelopmental delay or difficulties, which are either preventing optimal working memory functioning or preventing working memory from developing optimally. We're never quite sure which it is, but there's something preventing working memory from functioning how it should. On the other side, we also find people who where a child, for instance, has developed a particular interest and starts to spend many, many hours engaged in that interest. Maybe it's chess, maybe it's a computer game. So computer games do have some positives to them, they're not all negative. And these games might place really heavy demands on working memory. So every time the child is engaging with them, they're actually exercising their working memory, giving it greater than average developmental opportunities, and this sometimes results in exceptional abilities that are above these average expectations. So these variations in working memory capacity, together with the increase in maturation over time, are believed to arise from a combination of individual differences, essentially in strategy use. So these are memory strategies like rehearsal, organization of material, chunking, using various mnemonics. And these are often picked up in the early school years quite spontaneously. There's not always explicit training. Often they're picked up spontaneously through games, through particular skills that the child has developed, through sports as well. So these strategies work together with our physiological factors. And by that I mean how our brains function, how the neurons in our brains are myelinated. So the myelination or coating of neurons in our brains increases the speed and efficiency with which we process information. And faster rates of information processing reduce the effects of decay and interference in working memory. And so this is allowing for faster retrieval of information from long-term memory. So this is also often one of the things that is looked at in psychoeducational assessments when children are evaluated for different accommodations, is the rate of information processing. So as processing efficiency improves during development, what it means is that resources are freed up for other cognitive operations. And this is also reflected in improved working memory over time, over development. And in addition, at the same time, the learner's long-term memory is developing, their long-term memory, which is their store, their knowledge base of information that they've acquired over the years, and this provides a framework for better storage and retrieval of verbal and visual spatial information. And it's accompanied by increasing attentional abilities, which then altogether allow for more effective use of memory strategies. So, unlike long-term memory, the key thing is that working memory storage capacity is very, very limited. As you can see in the figure, it's between 1.5 and 6 chunks of information, depending on the modality of the information and the age of the learner. It's also very limited in terms of temporal duration, very short. Our working memory spans temporally are very short, around 20 seconds. Unless, of course, we refresh that information using one of our stores, our phonological loop, or the visual spatial sketchpad to try and keep the information current. So these limits on working memory determine how effectively we can manage different cognitive tasks, so that individuals with greater spans typically perform better than those with poorer spans. Just wanted to check how I'm doing for time. Are you going to give me a nod when maybe you've got 5 minutes? Okay, thanks. So often this is one of the questions I think that confronts us, is what do working memory difficulties look like in the classroom? Well, when faced with cognitively demanding tasks, children with low working memory spans often zone out mentally, or they might mentally wander from tasks, and as a result, working memory tasks are often identified as attention problems. And this, in fact, isn't a completely inaccurate assessment of the difficulties experienced by these learners, because difficulties in maintaining attention is a typical feature of an overloaded working memory that's unable to retain the information needed to complete an ongoing mental activity. So, as a result, these learners will often fail to follow instructions. They might abandon tasks quite quickly, appear forgetful and distracted. They might frequently ask for instructions to be repeated. And learners with poor working memories struggle particularly with tasks that have many simultaneous processing demands, such as remembering multi-part instructions, remembering the order or the sequence of events. They also struggle with switching, moving between different tasks, and keeping track in multi-level tasks such as listening and writing notes. Now, I know what you're thinking, and you're right. These features are very similar to those of the child with ADHD of the inattentive type, and children with this type of ADHD often have working memory problems. But a child can have working memory problems without ADHD. And a psychoeducational assessment is needed to differentiate the two. Children with working memory difficulties may permanently lose information that forms a vital foundation for the acquisition of knowledge and skills in important areas such as maths, science, language studies. And they may have trouble either in manipulating that information, in storing, holding, refreshing that information, or retrieving information from long-term memory, or in all of these aspects. So children with working memory difficulties are relatively common in the classroom and are at risk for poor academic progress if their working memory difficulties aren't addressed. Now, there are various ways that working memory difficulties can be addressed. Speech therapists and OTs work quite effectively with this, with children to improve their working memories, as do educational psychologists. And recently there have been a slew of programs to improve working memory, I say in inverted commas. And the question is, can we improve working memory? And what can we learn from these programs? I'm sure you've seen some of these apps. 5 minutes, okay. So I have a lot more to say, so I'll go faster. I'm sure you've seen Train Your Brain apps and so on and so forth. There are lots of different training programs, some better than others. I've been involved in some of the working memory training programs, so I'm going to cut this bit a little bit so I can get to the practical points. But much of the training of working memory programs focus on developing the central executive component of working memory so that it will use strategies that will enhance working memory's limited capacities and prevent interference and decay. And these have been proven to be quite effective with a range of children from different ages, preschool, primary school, adolescents, as well as children with a range of neurodevelopmental challenges like ADHD, learning difficulties, autism spectrum disorder, and HIV infection. So the key thing that I caution, though, because I had a lot more to say about this, is that all of these training programs have been so far only demonstrated under quite controlled research conditions, where the training is implemented by an experienced researcher under these optimal and very resource-intensive conditions. And so we're not sure to what extent they would actually transfer to everyday life, which is much more chaotic. Thank you. Robin's just given me a little bit of extra time. So while I'm reasonably critical and having done some myself, because they're very time intensive, and that's not really practical, and they're expensive. So it's not practical for educators to use these. But there are some key pointers that we can take from these programs that I've tried to extract and think about in terms of how we can use the principles in the classroom. So this brings me to my last section in my talk, which is thinking about the practical applications of all this. So it's all very well to theorize about working memory. How do we apply this in the classroom? So I've tried here to incorporate some strategies that can be used at different points, with different ages in foundation, elementary, primary, and high school, to support learners' ability to hold, process, and use information over short periods. Now, you all know that there are several accommodations that can be made during assessments and exams, and these are usually determined by a psychoeducational assessment. So those include things like extra time, a separate venue, a scribe, using a computer to type notes, and so on. I don't want to talk about those. Here I want to talk about some specific accommodations that can be made in the classroom to assist learners with working memory challenges. And now, from my experience with classes and teaching, especially with the IEB, I'm sure you're using many of these techniques already, so consider this as affirmation that what you're doing is correct. And I think often the audience who need to hear about these strategies is parents. So to carry the information back to parents around strategies that they can use in the home, and particularly during homework time. So the first, I should look here rather. The first point that I've got is to try and deliberately manage working memory loads in the classroom. And to achieve this, the demands made by different tasks on working memory should first be determined. So you would need to think about the kinds of tasks that the learners in your class are being given, and are they drawing very heavily on this central executive, processing, and minimally on storage? Are they relying on well-automatized knowledge, like well-automatized knowledge referring to literacy and numeracy for older high school learners? Those processes should be well-automatized. Or are they relying very heavily on storage? So are we talking about foundation level learners who are acquiring numeracy and literacy and are still rote learning, relying a lot on rote learning, which is our passive stores? So once the demands made on working memory by a particular classroom task have been determined, it can then be broken down into more manageable chunks that place less of a strain on working memory. And this would really depend on the age of the learner and the type of the task, but the aim is to reduce the instructions given to their component tasks, to present one instruction at a time and provide the learner with a little bit of time for that inner voice or inner visual sketchpad to rehearse the information. Also, providing memory tags is very helpful, so numbering items. So, for example, telling learners you need to recall 3 steps, 3 things. 1, take out your book, open your book on page X. 2, read the poem. 3, write down your thoughts. The learner then knows, okay, there are 3 things, and numbering them helps with sequencing, because children with working memory difficulties struggle with the sequencing, so it helps to keep the items in sequence. Also, using information that is presented both visually and verbally helps to consolidate the memory cue and memory trace. So I think classrooms are still quite heavily reliant on an auditory and verbal modality, so reinforcing verbal instructions with something visual, something written on a smartboard, a poster with colors and steps and stages, also just helps, because the more senses that we receive information through, the more likely we're going to retain it. So these are just providing us with extra memory cues. Encourage repetition and rehearsal. So these are just helping those passive stores to keep the information refreshed and current, and by repeating and refreshing it, the information gets transferred into long-term memory. So younger learners could be asked to repeat instructions aloud. When we work with kids with ADHD, we often get them to use these talk aloud approaches to keep them focused on the task and to remind themselves what the instructions are. Older learners would say this mentally in their head or make notes. I'm always amazed, even at university level, how few students actually make physical notes. And this making notes, actually physically handwriting them as opposed to typing them, engages different brain processes. So this encourages deeper learning and retention of information. Then learners with weak working memories are more easily overloaded by background noise or visual clutter. So they could be seated away from distractions. Some schools now also ask learners to hand in their cell phones at the start of the day because that's a major distraction. During homework at home, if the learners are quite disciplined, they could put them in a drawer or they could give it to their parent and so on, because the switching between looking at your phone and working, your attention is divided. And with divided attention, we actually quickly time sharing between two tasks. So we're quickly flipping our attention and we're processing all of the information very superficially. So it's much better for learners and for us ourselves, if we want to engage in something deeply, to put the distractions away, keep ourselves clear from distractions. If a learner is particularly sensitive to noise, perhaps they could use noise-cancelling headphones, or there could be quiet zones in the classroom. This point, and I'm nearly at the end, two more after this. Schools are very good at teaching and modelling organisational routines. I think this is a message perhaps for parents around having predictable routines at home, around getting up in the morning, getting ready for school, getting ready the night before, and homework routines. And routines really help us because they tell us what to expect, and they free up cognitive resources so we can focus on the task at hand. So if I have a predictable routine for doing my homework, I don't have to be worrying about, am I going to get this ready in time and that ready in time? I'll know that the routines are in place. So it's really important to have these routines. And as I said, schools are very good at this. They often pack up checklists on the back of doors in the junior schools, getting kids into routine about checking that they've got everything to take home. There's use of homework diaries and checklists and so on. Scaffolding gives temporary support until memory skills are developed. So for younger learners, we can use scaffolds like prompts, reminders and check-ins while they are performing tasks, saying, okay, but what's the next step that you need to do? When we did this yesterday, what was the first step? Can you recall, or what can you recall from yesterday? It's okay. Sometimes I forget too. So what I do to remind myself is I walk myself through the steps. I talk to myself out loud, and I say, okay, I did this and did that. So we're actually modeling and providing scaffolded ways of using memory supports. Very few preschool and foundational school level learners spontaneously use memory strategies. The only one that they tend to use is rote strategies, saying things again and again, or visually trying to call something to mind. All of the other memory strategies, which involve organizing material in different ways so as to reduce the burden on working memory, for example, by associating different items or using acronyms and various mnemonics, those tend to be taught. So it's really important to find the space in the school year or curriculum to actively teach these memory strategies. And this really helps learners, particularly those with weaker working memories, but all learners, to reduce the load on their working memory, to create links with long-term memory. And then as they get older, they can use more advanced strategies. Simple one is reading the material in preparation for the next day's class or the next lecture and so on, because this provides an organizational framework within which to place the new information. And final point is to encourage learners to think about how they learn and how they retain information. So in particular, what strategies they may be using, if any, and why these work for them, and how they can improve them. So this helps learners to monitor their own memory limitations. And then from there, you could effectively model how different ways to organize and chunk information, for instance, how to break it down into smaller tasks, writing it and keeping notes. And also, as we age, it's important for us to be aware of our own cognitive abilities and to be aware as they change and what kind of memory supports we might need, and that this is actually fairly normal. So I hope that my talk today has convinced you of the importance of working memory and how working memory difficulties can create a significant barrier to learning and compromise performance. There's really strong evidence that working memory performance is a much stronger predictor of a child's academic success than is just a full-scale IQ score. And this is because what is being tapped in IQ tests is really everything that the child has learned, whereas working memory measures are tapping our potential to learn. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for the little rush at the end. And I'm happy to take questions if there's time. Otherwise, people can ask me during tea if you prefer.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think we can take 2 or 3 questions. Is there anyone who would like to ask the Prof? We've got one at the back.
There's another one there.
They won't be able to hear it, the question.
This is a question I wanted to ask, so about things that we could reinforce and possibly even train for the are there any activities or things that deplete the working memory?
Yes, a really good question. So, because our working memory is so limited in terms of its capacity, so for most of us, the average would be, as I showed on that little figure, around 6 if we're talking about verbal items. So once we start overloading working memory with lots and lots of instructions, particularly complex instructions, without giving it an opportunity to refresh and try and hold and remember that information, working memory for all of us would become overloaded. I'm sure we've experienced it before, when we've had just too many things to hold at once. The other way of overloading working memory is through divided attention tasks. So this flipping between things, which we do, driving and checking our phone or texting, trying to do 2 tasks at the same time, or listening to the teacher while reading something on our phone. So the extent to which we're trying to divide our attention between tasks that are drawing on the same attentional modality, so both verbal. So I'm reading something on my phone and I'm listening. It's both. I have a very limited resource. I have a slightly better resource if I'm looking at something visually and listening. I can divide a little bit better. That's not to say that you should listen or learners should listen and look at pictures. You still are dividing and creating an extra burden on working memory. So I think those are, for me, the key areas where working memory can become overloaded. I hope that answered your question. I think there was someone also at the back. Did you have okay. Oh, there, then we'll get to yours.
Thank you, Kate. That was great. I was just wondering about the impact of trauma and stress and anxiety on working memory.
Yes, also a great question. So when a person's experienced some sort of trauma or we're anxious, stressed, we all know, we've all been in stressful situations. What happens is we can't function cognitively very well. our frontal lobes, which is where a lot of our working memory functioning is situated, almost become disconnected, and we become really focused on a kind of protecting ourselves, a kind of often maybe a fight or flight situation where we want to freeze or get away from a situation. That's in extreme cases. But in other cases, just being anxious is using cognitive resources. So when a person is anxious, their working memory often will not be functioning at its best because it's distracted by the anxiety is taking up airtime in your head, I guess, for want of a better word, but it's using resources. So if the issues can be addressed and the anxiety can be addressed, you often find that there's a noticeable improvement in the person's cognitive capacity and their working memory functioning.
You were saying that there's not definitive research on whether one can improve working memory. We know that neuroscience is a very new and young field that we're dabbling in now. But if you look at neurogenesis and neuroplasticity, why do we not think that we could improve working memory even in a high school child if we focused on it? Is there anything that's saying we can't do it?
No. So perhaps I think because I rushed through that section, so I didn't explain it well. So I didn't mean to say that there's working memory can't be trained. It can be trained, and there's a lot of research evidence that it can be trained. But the way that the research is being conducted is under these carefully controlled laboratory type of situations. So that's not real life, you know. So we need to then see, can we use those same principles but in the more messy and chaotic kind of situation that is everyday life? And there is evidence that our working memories are plastic. So neuroplasticity means able to learn and change. Able to learn so that there's an actual physical change in our brain. And there is evidence for that even in older age. So it's not just, you know, when learners are in their formative years, particularly the early years, but even into adolescence, because there's a lot of brain development that happens there, learning is much easier. But neuroplasticity and change in working memory has also been shown across the lifespan at different ages. I was just being cautious because all of these studies are very, like they're done at labs, at universities, you know, and it's not like my life when I have to think on my feet and, you know, deal with the traffic and so on. It's very different. So I'm questioning the transferability of that.
Thank you. I have a question on your graphs and your numbers.
Yes.
Are those chunks unique or can you chunk across? So if I only had 6 birds on my age, I would have nothing. So can you have a half and a half, or is it just the chunk must be, it make a big difference in setting an assessment in the question? Yes. 2 chunks of visual, 1 chunk of instruction, etc. Thank you.
That's also a very good question. So the chunks, and there's another issue around what constitutes a chunk. So the chunks tend to be separate because our sensory modalities process and store information separately and in separate parts of the brain. They can then be joined together using memory strategies. But essentially, when we measure them, we separate them out. So I would suggest that keeping the visual chunks to those average and the verbal chunks to those averages separately would be better, because some children would have the memory strategies, but others won't. So then the issue of chunk is also important, and that's, you know, when you become expert on a topic, what constitutes a chunk for you mathematically might be a whole mathematical operation, might be 1 chunk. But for someone who's not mathematically minded or a novice, that would constitute 10 chunks, for instance. So that's the other thing about thinking about, I suppose, in assessments at this level of functioning, what kind of organizational strategy and knowledge learners should have.
Thank Thank you so much, Professor. I think we could keep you up all day. But certainly, one thing I'm very happy with your graph is I've got 2 years before I start my decline. So I'm going to make them count. But no, and I think Helen's question is really quite pertinent to a lot of people sitting in the room. When we consider assessment design as something as basic as sequencing, and how we even consider the layout of an exam paper in terms of visual and language density, I think is something we can reflect on. And I think it also speaks to the fact that a lot of our schools are privileged enough to have educational psychologists based at their schools, and saying that we need to bring them into the classroom in terms of helping us tailor our teaching, because I think that will go a long way in helping our learners excel. But just on behalf of the IEB, we would like to thank you for your time and expertise. I have no doubt that you're incredibly busy. It's exams at the moment, so I know you've got that as well, but it's just a small gift to say thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone. I'm very pleased to introduce our next speaker. We are honoured to welcome Greg Crichton, a distinguished educational psychologist with over 2 decades of experience in both local and international educational settings. Greg currently serves as the Head of Learning Support Unit at St Stithians Boys College and is a consultant for the IEB, specialising in assessment accommodations. His career spans teaching, counselling and psychological support with a strong focus on adolescent literacy, inclusive education, and systemic interventions. Greg has contributed to the academic community as a guest lecturer and supervisor at UJ, and previously served as the national chairperson of the Educational Psychology Division of the Psychological Society of South Africa. His insight into psychoeducational assessments, therapeutic intervention, and whole school literacy strategies make him a compelling and inspiring voice in the field. And just on my end, certainly today would not have happened without Greg's support. It's far, his skill set goes as far as finding chairs for a panel discussion and helping me decipher Wi-Fi password words. But really, Greg, thank you, and thank you for your presentation.
I'm just opening my phone for my timer, my clock. Thank you, if you don't mind. I'm not updating my status. I've done that already. So good morning to you all. My name is Greg Crichton. I'm the educational psychologist at St Stithians Boys College. Welcome to our campus. I know that some of you have been here many times before, and for some of you it's your first visit to this beautiful space. So thank you for joining us this morning. I'm going to try and be as brief as I can. Just by way of introduction, I would like to say that I'm not here to tell any school how to do their accommodations. It's not my job to tell you how to do it. All I want to do is share some of our experiences in terms of what we have done, what we've trialed, what has worked, what hasn't worked, and how we've adapted to that. Because I think if you can just take one thing away from this presentation today back to your schools, one small little change that you can make, then that's a win for everybody. It's a win for you as a school, it's a win for your learners, particularly those with barriers to learning. So I'm not here to tell you how to do it. I need to move my own slides, I believe. If I press the right button. There we go. So my good friend Ted once told me that when you talk, you need to just have 3 points. Let's not go into all the detail, and I'm certainly not going to stand here and read slides to you, but 3 points. So my 3 topics I would like to introduce, or 3 points that I would speak to today, are implementation of accommodations at schools is non-negotiable. It's not a choice. Shall we do this or shall we not? Shall we just have it for exams? Shall we only have it when the IEB says we can have it? It's not a choice. So I'm going to speak very quickly around the legislative framework around that. Then we make the decision that we are implementing. So how do we implement? We need to build capacity in our learners, in our staff, and in our school systems. I'll speak briefly about what we've trialed and what we've done at the school to do that. And then our takeaway points. So what do we do now? We know we have to do it. We've got some ideas of how we can do it. Now, do we rein it in or do we run with it? So it's a fact that schools are under increasing pressure to implement accommodations. There's a perceived rise in numbers, certainly of applications, although the stats do show us of those granted that the increase is not that steep. The IEB stats are currently sitting just at 11%, which is within international norms of around 10% for the presence of any disability, not just a learning disability. So there is a perceived rise in numbers, and we also need to bear in mind and remember that our current high school learners, our grade 8s of this year, were in grade 3 in lockdown. So our next 3 years of learners entering high school are our foundation phase lockdown babies. So that's something that we're going to have to address and work with over the next few years. So firstly, my first point, implementation is non-negotiable. There is a legislative framework in law that says we have to implement. So it's not about a personal choice or a management choice at the school. There's a legislative framework, and thank you to the CEO, Mrs. Dekole, for pointing that out, that we have to implement. It's not a choice. I'm not going to go through all the nuts and bolts of that legislation, but just to point out a few, starting with the Constitution, which guarantees the right to basic education for every child, including children with disabilities. The Equality Act prevents or prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities in education. There's international legislation in terms of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There's the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which emphasizes the right to inclusive education. And part of that is requiring reasonable accommodations. So in South Africa, obviously our South African Schools Act states, it's legislation that states that schools must admit learners without discrimination and emphasizes the need for reasonable accommodations for children with special educational needs. Our guiding document, obviously, is White Paper 6, which is a policy framework. It's not law, but it's rooted in the laws that I've just mentioned. That was published in 2001 for a 20-year review, which just happened to be 2021, when, of course, we were in the middle of a pandemic. That review that the DBE has stated there's currently, as of 2025, a ministerial task team that are reviewing the implementation of White Paper 6. We've had that document for 20 years. If your school's still not doing it after 20 years, we're walking a tightrope in terms of legislation. There will be case law eventually. We know in some schools there are parents with deep pockets and are happy to or celebrate in litigation. My plea to you is please don't attach your school name to that case law forever. The case law there where a learner with accommodations was denied an accommodation in the school. Obviously, I'm not talking about denials that go through an application process. That's a different story, which we'll address later today. But a school that denies a child an accommodation who requires it in terms of case history, in terms of formal diagnostics, but says you can't have it until somebody else says you can. That's setting yourself up for a problem. It's a systemic failure in the school if you deny an accommodation. So don't be that case law. It would be, an obvious example would be a school refusing to build a wheelchair ramp or put in a lift for a child in a wheelchair to get to their class on the top floor. You'll be taken to court very quickly should that happen. And we'll lose, no doubt. So that's my very brief overview of the legislative framework. You're all familiar with that legislation, so I don't want to spend time on that. This is where we need to spend our time this morning. So how do schools implement? We know we have to, so how do we do it? And again, I just repeat that I'm not here to tell you how to do it. I'm going to reflect on my experience in a school such as ours. And all schools are different. We have different parent bodies, we have different pupils, we have different communities, different resources, so we can't take one school's model and implement it somewhere else, but we can learn from each other. And I know, just looking around the room, a lot of colleagues from our local schools and our local community, we chat all the time and we talk and we discuss these very things. So for me, key areas about building capacity in your school, it's got to start with policy, and it's got to start with your management at your schools. If your school does not have an accommodations policy, I'm not talking about the IEB policy, your school policy around accommodations, how do we do this? How do we implement? Who's responsible for it? Who's paying for it? All of those types of questions need to be in a policy document. Many schools have incorporated the accommodations routines into their learning and teaching policies of the school. There must be a policy. You need a leg to stand on. If a parent says, why have you done this or why have you not done this, we can have a policy. Part of your admissions, when they sign all those documents to be in your school, it must be there. It must be clearly stated. Your policy comes from your school leadership team, so you need buy-in from your school leadership team. You can't be the sole voice for accommodations in the school. There must be buy-in from your heads of department, from every single teacher, but particularly your heads of department, your academic deputies, and of course your heads of school. Your staff appointments in your departments. I know certainly at St Stithians College, and I hope many other schools are the same, but a teacher who's interviewed for a post in this school will not get the job if they cannot answer questions around differentiated instruction, around inclusion, around accommodations. You simply will not get the job. It's that basic. So staff must know. Staff must be mentored. Young teachers must be mentored by senior experienced staff. Senior experienced staff must learn things from young teachers, those that are stuck in their ways of doing things. I want to speak particularly about the students and how the student upskilling and building of capacity can manage your load in terms of accommodations. So for us as a school, what we do is we check what we're getting, essentially. We have good relationships with our feeder schools. We've built relationships over many years with feeder schools. Know what you're getting. Know what's coming in terms of not just the kids with accommodations, but know what you're getting in terms of their learning strategies, their reading ability, their writing ability. And I'm not saying you must send every child for an assessment, but do some screening. It can be informal screening. Make sure that you have systems in place in your school once those kids arrive. So at this school, we have systemic interventions where we are developing reading and writing skills. And I'm not talking about your subjects. I'm talking about a lesson on the timetable specifically devoted to reading instruction in grade 8 and grade 9. If your heads of department say that there's no time for it, there's no space, notional time this and notional time that, nonsense. In grade 8 and grade 9, there's time to have specific reading and writing instruction. So our children in this school in grade 8 and grade 9 are all on a reading program. And we have the data to prove that they are reading more fluently, more quickly, with better understanding. Because it's a compulsory reading intervention for all grade 8s and all grade 9s. We also have them writing. Our subject departments, particularly our languages, have got kids writing again, rather than working on devices. So we were forced onto devices during lockdown, and Google Classroom and Microsoft Teams now seem to be the way to dispense work and obviously to submit assignments. We need to embrace that and use it to its benefit, but we need kids reading and writing again. We need them writing assignments, I know Robin has said for many years we'll reach a day when all exams are online and typed. That is not around the corner. So we are going to be writing for some time to come. So get your kids writing, get them reading. Have systemic interventions in your school where you're teaching kids exam preparation, where you're teaching them note-taking skills, where you're building confidence. So every second child, and I know some of you will relate to this, every second child in your school needing a separate venue now because they are anxious and they have been diagnosed about anxiety and they're nervous about exams. That's got to stop. What child is not nervous about exams? How many of you have written a university exam, a board exam, a driver's license, a learner's license, and you weren't nervous? Being nervous, being anxious about an assessment is part of the process. It's a human response in your nervous system. To have an increased heart rate, to be more focused, to be sharper, we've got to use those things positively. So we train our kids, we train the boys in the boys' college around well-being, around managing anxiety, around some simple things like breathing techniques. So focus and breathing and staying calm, but ultimately being confident, good preparation. So we have scheduled, timetabled slots for teaching reading, for teaching writing, outside of the subjects, for building confidence in terms of exam preparation. We have managed with our senior leadership team in the school, giving us time on the timetable. When I say us, I'm talking about our support team in the school. We are privileged at the school to have a big support team. I know many of you are the support team, you on your own, and that's okay. We're training our staff in terms of building capacity as well. So how do we reduce anxiety with children? Well, we build capacity. We help them to read quicker. We help them to read with greater confidence. We help them to read with greater understanding. We help them to write more neatly and at a better pace by writing more frequently and writing more often. We need resources. My final point on building capacity. We need resources. The technology is there to help us, and it could be reading programs online that cost money, some are very expensive, some are reasonable, some are free. So you don't have to go and spend thousands and thousands of rand per child to implement these strategies I'm talking about. But budgeting from your senior management in the school is important for your staffing of your support units at your school, for having computers, for example, having the portal installed so we can put kids on the reader and not have human readers. Upskilling our staff to be readers and scribes, such an important skill. And I know there are many courses being offered. Those of you Joburg based or online, I suppose, would have seen adverts going out from some of the remedial schools to upskill and to train staff to read and scribe. So budgeting obviously is a key factor. Just to speak very briefly about our implementation at St Stithians Boys College, we currently sit with 15%, just under 15%, so 14 point something learners with accommodations. We're a school of about 800 boys, and we are slightly over the IEB norm, which is not too much. It's still within reason. We are doing a lot of work to turn the tide, to reduce that number, to reduce the number of kids needing accommodations through some of the strategies I've spoken about so far. And that 15% of 800 is still a lot of boys. That's over 100 boys that we have to accommodate for any assessment across all grades. Of course, they don't all write on the same day, in the same subjects at the same time, so it is manageable. Some of the strategies we use in terms of separate venue, we have a separate classroom allocated. We don't call it separate venue, as the IEB policy, those of you that have seen it and read it, states smaller venue, not separate venue. So smaller venue means it's a controlled environment. We're privileged to have a support team of learning support specialists and psychologists who manage that environment, set the right tone. Sometimes that room is as full as a classroom and exam venue. Our senior boys, of course, the grade 12s write in the hall, so writing in a classroom is a much smaller venue. So that's just a strategy there. Our extra timers are managed, incorporated into the timetable, the normal testing period. Our Wednesday morning cycle tests have extra time built into that slot. So the boys with extra time are allowed to continue writing in those slots. It's not a special arrangement where they have to be put somewhere else, putting a higher load on your staffing. Readers and scribes, we've tried many things over the years. So initially, because we're privileged to have quite a big support team, we managed it internally for all grades, grade 8 through to 12. But as those numbers have increased over the years, we've outsourced. We've used parents, we've used retired teachers, we call them maybe I shouldn't say it, but the G squad, the granny squad. The retired teachers come in and they help us with reading and scribing, and they love it. It's their time that they're giving up. So we've tried external private companies where the parents are responsible for the payment of the reading and scribing. We are actively working to reduce the number of learners requiring readers and scribes by putting them onto the technology, making them use the portal, and also, of course, developing the reading and writing and literacy skills, building capacity in terms of anxiety. So there's work going on there all the time. But as I said, your school policy must state these things. You can't say to a child or a family, a parent, that you're not going to implement a reader because you don't have anyone to read for them. School management should have put the portal in place and budgeted for having the portal in place. It's there for a reason. It's easily accessible. It's easy to use. Our boys, and I've got some pictures in the presentation to show you. Here's boys in the computer lab. You'll note if they look a bit funny, it's because they do look a bit funny, but also because I've blanked out their faces. I've cut off and blurred the faces. So there's boys in the lab, computer lab, using the portal. They come in, they log themselves on, they get settled, they get their headphones out the box, they put them on. The invigilator literally just puts the paper on the desk in front of them. We've built capacity in these boys. That particular lab has got from grade 8 through to grade 12 in it. This was just last week that this picture was taken. Normally our grade 12s are in a separate room, which is this next photo, but our grade 9s who are on camp at the moment have already written their exams, so that day the room was grade 9s only. So there you can see boys at the counter in the front using the portal, typing, headphones, the reader. We've got a broken arm boy there who needed 2 desks because his arm is in a cast. We adapted. And I know, one point I forgot to mention at the beginning of my presentation. It's about your flexibility and your ability to adapt to your circumstances. So post-lockdown and post-COVID, I know many schools, and in fact international, the talk in education online was about recovery curriculums. Recovery this, recovery that. And we as a school decided that's nonsense. We're not recovering anything. So we changed the terminology. We changed the talk around recovery curriculums, and we called it a responsive curriculum. We're responding to what we had. We had what we had. We couldn't do anything about it. So we responded to what we had. We had kids who were upskilled enormously from online learning in terms of independence, in terms of using technology, being on Google, being on Teams, whatever it might be. They were upskilled. There was no recovery required. Yes, we had to do work in certain areas, but it's a responsive curriculum that we called it. And same for your implementation of accommodations. Respond to what your need is. Know what your need is and respond. Use your resources that you have. Your management needs to provide your resources, budget for your resources, and make use of it as best you can. So in closing, my final slide is my 3 points from my good friend Ted. The final points. So when it comes to accommodations in your schools, do we have to rein it in? Do we have to reduce the numbers and keep a tight control of it, or do we run with it? Do we just go with full implementation and run with it and what we've got? So my point today is that why choose? We do need to do both. So the dictionary definition of rein it in would be to control something, to restrain it, to slow it down, to limit it. We need to do that. We can't have 90% of the school on accommodations. Or do we run with it? Do we accept it? Do we develop it? Do we work with it, embrace it, see it as an opportunity, and make the most of it? I believe that as schools, and certainly as learning support specialists and psychologists and educators in general, that we have an ethical responsibility to do both. We can and must do both. I thank you for your time. Do we have a time for a question? I'm not sure where I'm looking.
Legislation and the policy of schools that they have to implement accommodations. So I come from a primary school and I have boys going into high schools where the accommodations that we put in place in primary are being left in limbo until the school does the IEB application. And is that something that's included in the legislation? Because, you know, for a child to have their grade 6 and 7 exams and tests supported with a reader and scribe, and they've got to high school now and they've had nothing in place for the first 6 months of the year until the IEB application has been successful. Is there anything that can be done around that? Is that why do schools follow that system? And not all schools do. You know, I had this case recently this year, so I just wanted to know if you had any insights or feedback or anything.
Thank you for the question. You've raised an important point there around primary schools, and I don't want to speak too much about it because there is a presentation later this morning on that particular topic. The issue we face with primary schools is that not all of them are managing the process of implementation well. They are dishing them out too easily. And once the formal process of application begins in high school, schools are under pressure now because things are denied, and parents are saying, well, they've had it for 5 years, now what? So primary schools need to rein it in more than run with it, if I can use my analogy. So that does require an area of expertise in the school in terms of staffing and having specialists and perhaps psychologists or learning support specialists who can correctly identify kids that would qualify and need it, rather than the parent thinks that they need it. There are many of those still, which is why a number of applications to the IEB are denied, because they are going with what the parent has told the psychologist to write. That's an ethical discussion for another day. So many of them are denied because the profile certainly it doesn't fit the accommodation. So obviously in the DBE it's different, where you have to reapply every phase. That process is different. I'm not going to go into that today. But in the IEB, obviously you only apply from high school. What we do as a school is we know exactly which boys coming to us have got accommodations already. That's part of your data check. You know what you're getting. So every boy who applies to come to the school has done a reading assessment with us. They've done a full interview with the boy and the family, every single child, some of which are placed on our support program based on that profile and background, or their primary school placement, be it remedial or not. So we have information on the child before they get to us. If a child has a history of accommodations already diagnosed, implemented, from day one, they get it, from day one. Yeah.
No problem. Thank you, Greg. I am aware of our time constraints and we're due for tea, so I think if you've got any more questions, you're welcome to go corner Greg at tea. But just on my behalf, Greg, thank you for showing us, and I think the most important or key is in management, in particular the use of technology to make managing these types of these learning accommodations far more manageable for yourself and as staff. And I think there's a lot of opportunities there, and always welcome to contact the IEB to see what those are about. We're going to go to tea now for 11, but before we do, I just want to say, Greg, thank you for your time and your insights and all your support. Much appreciated. Thank you. We'll be back here just at 11. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, of course.
Sorry, I rushed a little bit because I know we were limited for time, so rest.
You did great. And like I said, they need to
We want the middle chair. No, we're going to change. There's nothing on the
Sorry? No.
We need? Actually, someone is speaking.
Sure.
I think this is died.
So now we probably want to switch on the light.
Yeah, but then the one that he plugged, he put here, is that one. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Could we please take our seats for the next session? I will give you guys 5 minutes. All right. Oh. All right. So thank you, everyone. I trust you are fed and watered accordingly. In the interest of time, making sure that we do get the best and the most from our conference here today, I'd like to move on to the next session. So this is a session regarding some of the more regular type of questions we get, just trying to demystify the process, because at the IEB we're all about transparency. I'm not going to do a detailed bio introduction. Safe to say that these people sitting to the left of me are hugely vital to the management of accommodations, and certainly there are people that I rely on heavily. Between them there is unbelievable wealth of experience and leadership in the field of accommodations and school assessment. So we've got Jana, we've got Denby, we've got Lindsay, we've got Claire, and we've got Sharona, who is our senior manager for entry and resulting at the IEB. So I'm going to hand over to them. Thank you. Good.
As Robin said, the purpose of our discussion today is to try and respond to some of the more common questions that are posed to us by school representatives and professionals who are working in and assessing for accommodations. As a baseline, to just sort of preempt that, we feel it's important for us, and really we're just a representative of the panel at the IEB that make decisions and work through all the application processes. But first, it's imperative to consider that in any of these processes that we are considering each learner in a unique and individual manner in order to process decisions and to support them. But in doing that, it's really important that we try and create a robust system or framework in which we can be as unified in decisions and as predictable as possible. And through the course of that, we therefore have to have some level of flexibility in this framework. But ultimately, the IEB Accommodations and Language Concessions policy, and by extension, the decisions that we make, are bound by educational governance in South Africa, and therefore we have to align with the Umuluzi regulations regarding the implementation of this policy. So, just to give you a base, the panel at the IEB is comprised of IEB representatives as well as educational psychologists and learning support specialists who are situated in school settings. And it's as a team that we work to make decisions and to engage in providing decisions for accommodations that come back to you guys. So the accommodation and language concession policies are informed by South African educational policies, as Greg was saying, international trends regarding the understanding of and implementation of accommodations, as well as internationally they're known as access arrangements, which is quite nice. We're trying to access as much support for students as possible. And we really consider both the primary, or all three of the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary level education processes in trying to make sure that accommodations do consider all students and what they need, while simultaneously working towards our main goal of educating students and creating a context in which they are ready for the next stage of their learning. So to begin with, we're going to ask Sharona to just talk a little bit about accommodations and language concessions in terms of one of the concerns we see from parents about failing their grade 12, in particular, related to first additional language, which is always one of the more controversial and difficult topics.
Good morning. So the requirement for the NSC is that a learner does a home language, which is a South African home language, and a first additional language, which is also a South African first additional language. The biggest misconception is that if you fail your first additional language, then you failed the NSC. And this is not true. In order for a learner to get a bachelor's pass, the learner needs to pass 4 subjects at 50%, 2 subjects at 30%, and is also allowed to fail 1 subject, which means under 30%. When calculating, the first additional language is not then taken into account as you must have a first additional language. What is important is that the home language, which is either English or Afrikaans, meets the requirements for the NSC, which is 40% or more.
Thank you. And then to Jana, one of the things that was brought up earlier was that we're seeing this upward trend in terms of the applications for accommodations. And as Greg was saying earlier, it's not so much just the applications that are increasing, but it's monitoring the accommodations that are granted by the IEB and other systems as well that grant accommodations. But this upward trend is a concern for many schools, and it's a concern for many psychologists working in this space. But Jana, what are the things that we're noticing in terms of the increase in these accommodations that are specific reasons that we think it's occurring?
So, Greg did touch on this earlier. I thank my lucky stars every day that I did not have to teach a child to read during COVID. They were little, thankfully, and did not want their mom teaching them. So I'm very grateful for that. But there is, Greg was just saying earlier that our current grade 8s were in grade 3 during COVID. And so I think for a lot of schools or for a lot of families, what should have been a far more comprehensive early childhood development period, just specifically in terms of literacy and mathematics, may not have been what it could have been. In my life and in my practice, I certainly see that as well. I see that with our children. I also just think that the amount of time, this is just anecdotal, that they're spending in front of screens as opposed to playing on the floor, doing puzzles, solving problems is a massive, massive part of it. But on a more positive note, I think that our teachers are incredibly well trained, and there's more opportunities for teachers to educate themselves and to upskill themselves. And so, in my opinion, there's definitely been an upward trend just in the ability of the teacher to identify barriers to learning, or just to be able to say something is off. And I think we need to look into this, and then to have access to resources to be able to do that. And then also, in my experience, just children coming into schools, there seems to be more children coming into schools with already identified barriers to learning, which I think is a good thing. You know, the more we know and the earlier we know it, the better. Forearmed is forewarned. And so with children having access to things like OT, speech, having their eyes tested, oftentimes those barriers to learning are being picked up earlier, and so by the time they get to high school, we know a lot more about them.
Thank you, Jana. So with this upward trend, one of the things that has automatically happened with the IEB is that our panel has grown and grown over the years. And one of the questions that's often posed to us is, what is the actual procedure that each application goes through in order to ultimately have a decision made? So Claire will talk us through a little bit about what that actual process looks like, so that we just have a better understanding that it's not simply a once-off read of an application.
Okay. Thanks, Lindsay. I think in terms of the nuts and bolts, the process starts with an identification of the difficulty. And typically we get that from grade 8 upwards. Once the identification has been made at a school level, the process then takes a step to being assessed by a psycho-ed usually. That obviously goes further than just the assessment, data is collected there from historical evidence, case history, medical, all goes into that area of the process. Once that assessment is completed and the application forms are filled in from the psychologist's side, it then goes back to the IEB, and it goes to the IEB from the school, and from there it's sent to a first processor, which is an ed psych, and then to your second processor, which is your supportive learning teacher. In terms of what do we get to look at, I think first of all we look at the child as a whole. So you would be looking at the case history, you'd be looking at school history. Supportive interventions would be a big part. That's where your paper trail would come in from the prep school and from the high school. We'd look at the medical, all of which is included in what is sent to us. And then obviously important as well, but not exclusively, would be the stats from the report, from the assessment. So that goes far beyond just looking at statistical cutoffs. It's not just a matter of looking at scores. It's looking at profiles in general, looking at how scores tie in with each other and correlate, and coming to an overall comprehensive finding. So it really is an in-depth look. It's not just, as I said, statistical cutoffs that are taken into account. Once the first processor is finished, her look at it, it would go to your second processor for her input and review. There's often collaboration here, which is very much appreciated from both sides. There's huge merit in having fresh eyes looking at a review. Once that is completed, the IEB would send their document back to the school with our findings, and the school would communicate this to the relevant child's parents. And then the last step in that process can be, if there is disappointment or need for an appeal, then that happens within the 3-month period. So that's the nuts and bolts of a general application in terms of that.
Thank you, Claire. And I think just to add to that, the process really with that first processor is to comprehensively go through the process, make sure that we've picked up all the information that's been provided. And, everyone always knows that I always say, just show us what is going on. If we can see what's going on, it's so much easier to process the application. But just for your knowledge as well, the main purpose of that second processing is that the second processor will have eyes on accommodations granted from different first processors. And the purpose of that is to try and establish that uniformity as much as we possibly can to make sure that decisions are being made by different first processors that are all in line with expectations and to ensure that we're providing some form of uniformity and consistency across where a 10-minute additional time is granted, where a reader is granted. But as we all work in this field, we know that we are not always comparing apples with apples. It's not always that easy to say that this case is exactly the same as the next. It really is based on the whole application and then just experience in terms of what we see working for different students. In line with that, I think one of the more emotive areas that we deal with in terms of questions, responses from parents and professionals and schools revolves very much around the exemption policies, in particular language concessions. And one of the things that the panel experiences as responses is a lot of questions around how it is that we look at granting these exemptions, what we consider, and why, when there is, for example, a diagnosis that's been made, why that in and of itself is not sufficient for a language concession or indeed a maths concession, but we see a lot fewer of those to be granted. And then also the assumption, as Sharona was saying earlier, that when a student is failing a language, why they're not automatically granted an exemption from that language. So I'm going to hand back to Claire again to just address some of that, and then we can move on.
Okay. So within that, we're going to look at the dyslexia and then why that doesn't automatically get granted first additional language exemption. And then we'll look at as Lindsay said, the scores and the failing in a classroom doesn't automatically grant you an accommodation. So just to touch basically on the dyslexic profile, I think part of the difficulty with it is that it is so complex and it is multifaceted in its presentation. So there's not a single hard line to be taken in terms of what the profile looks like of a dyslexic child. And similarly, there's not a hard and fast line as to the route of identifying it, in other words, the screening and the testing. So within the IEB, we often get huge fluctuations in what is being considered dyslexic. And that's not an anomaly for IEB. That is pretty stock standard across the schooling in different countries. We have theorists that feel that the prevalence of dyslexia is low, that it's sort of between 3 and 5%, and then you have also very knowledgeable people suggesting that it's very much higher. So that's some of the difficulties that we face in terms of why dyslexia isn't always granted. Remember that we get sometimes an identification of dyslexia that's been made on a single test, sometimes a single screening, whereas our look would always be to look at the whole profile, see how the scores correlate, see how they relate to screenings, tests that we've asked for, and the general intellectual and academic profile. So to me, that is why the dyslexia sometimes comes up as a grey area and as an area that causes a discrepancy in what people want and what it is actually possible to allow. We also acknowledge that dyslexia occurs on a continuum, just as it's identified in different ways, it occurs on a continuum. And so you have to look at, well, is this child at a low risk or a very low risk of dyslexia and functioning fine and being responsive to the interventions that have preceded it or that are still ongoing, and do they really need the accommodation or the exemption or not? So those are some of the areas with dyslexia that cause it to be harder in its processing. But they are made with insight. They are made using a lot of information. It would never be made just on a single screening or on a single test, looking for the patterns, looking for the profiles. And then the second one was the failing. My child's failing first additional language in school, but hasn't been granted an accommodation. And again, it returned to a decision is unlikely to be made on a single score. So you'd look further than just that score that's being presented. We ask for 2 years of reports. So you would look at 2 years' worth of first additional language scores. We also ask for teacher comments, and you'd look there and see if work ethic is maybe playing a role in terms of performance in Afrikaans or in the first additional language. Has the child decided that they don't want to do it and that they will put no effort into it? Also would be looking at supportive interventions. What's preceded the request for an exemption? Has the child and the school put interventions in place that may assist the child? So again, it takes it back to the fact that when a decision is made, it's made using a composite look and comprehensive look at the child. It would not be taken just on a single score, and so that would align with our general policies.
And I think if we look at just the process in which we also have to consider, from going back to that policy side of things, when we see students and we all work with students ourselves in school settings. We all assess students where they are struggling in different areas academically. They're struggling to perform, struggling to pass a subject, and we in ourselves have emotional responses to understanding that and wanting to support each child individually and provide them the best opportunity for success. But ultimately, when we're sitting in a panel position and we have to shift our hat into a different space, there are certain sort of categories in which we can look at supporting students from an exemption perspective. And one of the factors that we have to consider is severity of presentation as well. And so what makes it really difficult is that very often we are considering applications where there is a diagnosis that was made in primary school, and as Claire has said, there's been a significant amount of intervention with clear response to that intervention. And in the here and now, we have a student who is coping and managing, and we can all dispute the concept of coping, whether that's 40% or 60%, and there's anxiety related to that, we understand that. But there are still parameters within which we have to work and make decisions. And so very often those are the guiding principles that we fall back on in order to say, yes, this is something that we can support, or unfortunately it's not. And then with that, and I think the opportunity that maybe we miss in this process is when a decision comes back from the IEB that says this request has been denied, it's often met with a lot of anxiety and frustration, but I think it's an opportunity to turn that around and to say to students, there are strengths that you have that we can then rely on and build this and turn this into something that is accessible and skill building for students, rather than just having this focus on the only way to manage this is to get out of a subject. But those are largely the factors that we process and consider. Okay, so one of the other things then that comes back, and it links in with this FAL exemption side, Jana, if we think about how much feedback we get from schools regarding the perception that there are erratic decisions that are made, that there isn't always consistency from the decisions and from the panels, and that schools find it very difficult to always support and justify why we would be saying no to a student that they experience as struggling. What would our general panel response be to schools and to parents who struggle with our decisions?
So I think the most important thing is just to appreciate and to acknowledge that every single case is looked at for its own merit. So before I worked with the IEB long ago and was doing these assessments, one of the most frustrating things for me was just the fact that my personality needs the list. I need the criteria. I want to know. Because then I know what to recommend, right? And that list doesn't exist with the IEB. It's not written down anywhere, and that's because there are so many different factors that can factor into this. And so, it sounds ridiculous, but it really is a holistic thing. And we can only work with what is presented to us in an application. And so if we get a very thin application, that does not have a lot of background information, and there's different reasons why there may not be background information, or that doesn't have a solid set of school results, or a thorough EdSpsych, or a thorough report, or enough qualitative information for us to really piece together how this thing is likely to look in a classroom, that may affect the outcome in terms of what is being applied for. I think, so Lindsay used the word request. It's not a request, it's an application. I work in a school context, and I have parents emailing me all the time saying, can their child please be considered for extra time? It's not a consideration thing. It's a scientific process that has to take place. But just, I think, the anxieties of the parents that I've worked with are always, well, are they looking at the historical evidence? Are they looking at the teacher comments? How important are the teacher comments? Are they actually reading the report? Yes, we are. We are, Claire said, the stats or the scores that appear in the report play a role, but that's only one part of it. The feedback, the narrative, qualitative, anecdotal feedback from the teachers is critical, because the problem may present differently between two learners. So you can absolutely have two learners with the same diagnosis, completely different presentation, needing completely separate accommodations. And we also have to differentiate between barriers to learning and barriers to assessment. You know, we're talking about how that child is going to cope in an assessment context, not necessarily the classroom and learning context. So what is likely to play out for that child with that profile, with everything the teacher's able to tell us, the past reports are able to tell us, how does that play out in an assessment? And then I've lost my train of thought, but there was something else that I wanted to mention, and I don't think it's going to come to me. This happens to me all the time. I'm not telling anybody that, because I'm not, and that's what makes it even more embarrassing. But, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Sure, I'm so glad I remembered it. Is that, you know, sometimes you'll find, so this process is a bit of an art, and it's massively time consuming, and we sit with these decisions for days. And we'll make a decision and we'll worry about it, and then we'll go back and then we'll change it, and then we'll go and and sometimes what you'll even see is that in certain situations we'll say option A or option B, because if he or she is going to use a computer, he's not going to need 15 minutes per hour, but you're not going to do a maths on a computer. You're going to handwrite it, in which case something else may be necessary. And I suppose what I'm trying to get across is that when we process these applications, we're trying to think about every different scenario that this child may find himself in, also based on what subjects they're choosing. If we don't know what subjects they are yet, we have to be even more careful, so that when we hand over our decision, we've really tried to take the thing as far into the future as possible, so that in different situations, that child will be looked after in an assessment context.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, so just pivoting a little bit to one of the other questions that comes up a lot, and it was one that Greg fielded earlier in his talk as well. But the process of internal accommodations being granted within schools before they've been formally granted or denied by the IEB. And I think one of the things that historically was sort of out there in the public space is that the IEB supports that you only grant 5 minutes additional time per hour before the formal accommodation comes through. But Demi's just going to talk a little bit to the process of those internal accommodations and really what's best practice.
Thanks, Lindsay. I think those internal accommodations are so important because they let us see what the response to intervention is like. They also help us to evaluate need. So when we're processing an application and we see that someone's been given 5 minutes an hour and they're still not finishing their exams, that just adds weight to the fact that maybe they need more time. It's a bit of a minefield because there are some schools that are only applying in grade 11 or grade 12, and by the time we get there, we're running out of time. So if no internal accommodations have been granted, then you're starting from not having an idea of what might be needed, what might have helped. And then if too much has been granted, then that child's developed a psychological dependency. And there's nothing more painful when we're processing accommodations than seeing that little Johnny's been given 15 minutes an hour for 4 years, and he applies in matric, and actually the test results, the exam examples, none of it supports that time. Whereas 5 minutes, it's easier to bounce back from and to recover from. But if you're applying too late, it's really, you're excluding the possibility of reevaluation, of reapplication, of all sorts of things. I think the other reason why we recommend 5 minutes an hour is to keep expectations realistic. Anyone who's worked in a school, or many psychologists will know, and it's been touched on this morning, there's a lot of parental pressure to say that my child needs more than actually he needs, and then we'll get what we want. So there are people who over-recommend, and so schools that are just taking those recommendations as gospel truth, sometimes it's problematic because there are recommendations, there are people who might recommend 15 minutes an hour for every child they assess. And when we're processing applications and you're seeing hundreds a year, it quickly becomes apparent. So it's really difficult, I think, if you give more than you should, because that child then, it's traumatic, it's difficult. They lose the things, the accommodations they felt they've had. There's been the psychological dependence, and that elevates anxiety unnecessarily. So I think best practice is to try and apply as early as that accommodation need becomes apparent, even if it's from early in grade 8, and then to keep internal accommodations to 5 minutes an hour, keep those conservative, because it's much easier to adjust to more time if you get it. It's much harder to lose it and not quite know how you're going to get through that.
Thanks, Dembi. So, I mean, obviously the process where we have so many students who are already coming into our grade 8 years with accommodations from primary school create even more complexity for this area and our thinking around this. So one of the things that, again, has already been posed, but looking at what happens from primary school to high school settings in terms of accommodations and why we aren't automatically granting accommodations that students have already previously been granted. So Claire's going to just touch on our thinking around that.
So in terms of the accommodations that are given in your primary school, as Greg has said, sometimes they are given early on. So you get an accommodation that's given in a grade 4, informally, and in grade 4 level. And then just continued until they get to high school, where we then re-look at it. And whilst that early informal accommodation may have fitted the profile at that time or have been thought to be in the child's best interest at that time, we have to take into account that there's often interventions, and at primary school there should be interventions accompanying your informal accommodations. And with that comes the opportunity for several children to improve. And for what was a significant barrier in grade 4 and 5 has no longer been presented as such an enormous barrier when they come again. So I think we see it coming through that way. And it does need to be re-looked at and re-evaluated, and in some cases reined in, as Greg said, under the premise of this more structured approach that is taken in the high school and with the IEB formal accommodations.
And I think, you know, our hope for all students is that we're able to accommodate where there is a serious need for accommodation. But ultimately, our process of educating is to, again, build those skills and abilities for students to move into their academic environments, their life, their working environments with as robust a skill set as possible. And sometimes that does mean adjusting and adapting the accommodations we have in place to build again. And I think that, you know, just sort of backing onto what Claire's saying, one of the big sort of themes that we often consider in processing applications and considering students is response to intervention, which is so important. We all spend so much time intervening with students because we know that there is that neuroplasticity and hope for change and development. And when it occurs, that hopefully means that they can take on more and work more autonomously in their academic space, which is really one of our main goals.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Lindsay.
Okay, perfect. And then just a couple of sort of more general questions that we really field quite a bit. One of them revolves around when there has been a denial and we then have an appeal process, why an applicant can't add more information to that process. I think schools and psychologists sometimes feel it's frustrating, but really it's something that we've spoken about a lot, and ultimately we maintain that we need to be processing that application without new information. But Dembi's just going to give us a little bit more about that thinking.
Thanks, Lindsay. So I think it's important to know that an appeal differs from a reapplication. A reapplication is when new information needs to be considered, but an appeal really is looking at all the information that was presented the first time and seeing whether or not the correct decision was made or a fair decision was made. And I think for most of us, underpinning what we do is being fair not only to the candidate who's applying, but to be fair to all the other candidates who are applying across the board as well. So that's why it's so important for schools and psychologists to include all the evidence that is necessary from the outset. It would be very rare that something that was not considered important enough to put into the first application would suddenly become central to an appeal being, or a decision being overturned. So when we get an appeal, first off, as Claire explained, the application's been processed by an EdPsych. It's then processed by a learning support teacher. So 2 sets of eyes have then made that decision. But the appeal affords applicants or candidates the opportunity to then have that process viewed by a fresh set of eyes. So a third person on the panel, completely different person, another EdPsych, will then have a look at how the first decision was made, but also review all of the information. So it's very hard to go back and say that the first decision was unfairly made if the information wasn't all there for the first processor. So that is important to bear in mind. So it really is better to almost delay applying for something until you've got all the information. If there's a parent who's holding off on a medical Form D, if there is information, historical information that could have come through, or a report that could be included, it's important to get all of that in there because we can only make a decision based on the information that we have. So it really is about that fairness. Also because applicants are not billed if an appeal is, or if a decision is overturned, whereas if the decision stays the same, there is that billing. So it's important to make sure that the decision can be as fair as possible, and just know that it's viewed again by that EdPsych because they've not seen it before, as if they're processing for the first time. So really, including new information would not be fair. And I think it's important to have faith that by the time something's been through 3 people who all work with children, who have children's best interests at heart, that we have tried to make the fairest possible decision.
Thank you, Denby. And then one of the other questions that sort of comes our way, and Sharon will tackle this one, but a lot of parents would like to have direct access to the IEB. And they want to know why we cannot communicate directly with the IEB, why they cannot send the applications, add their own information. And I think you'd be surprised how many emails do actually come through directly, which is just going to speak to a little bit around the parameters of why we only work through schools.
It's simple, really. The IEB and all schools that are registered with the IEB, we sign a contract on an annual basis. And part of the contract, one of the clauses, is that all correspondence will be between the school and the IEB and not the parents of the school. It also just makes it easier for us to manage processes in that way.
Thank you, Sharona. And then just 2 of the more sort of nitty-gritty assessment processes that are often questioned. One of them is typing samples are so laborious. Why do we have to do typing samples? Why are we adding them into scribe applications? What is the purpose of that? And it really is one of the frustrations that comes through from assessors. But I'm going to tackle that one, Jana.
Yes, I can't tell you how many times I've had to call a child back to my office and they want to die because they thought they were done working with me and they're not done. Children may need scribes, or learners may need scribes for different reasons. And again, there may be certain situations where a scribe is completely appropriate, and there may be instances of subjects where it's just not. You also may have a child with very poor working memory, and then having a scribe can feel awful for them because they have to really, they're not writing anything down, so they can't see what they've said. And they sometimes can't remember what they've said, just like me. So it is nice to have those typing samples because it gives us a different sense of how a problem may present, how it may change when you're using a different medium to get your point across, how it may stay the same. When a learner has done a handwritten sample, you often see major planning problems and very untidy and things that they've crossed out and they want something up here and something down there, and once that goes into typing sample, all of that stuff has gone away, in which case you've actually solved some of the problem. I'm speaking in very broad strokes. It also gives an opportunity to look at alternatives to the scribe. Like I said, some children are really uncomfortable with the idea of a scribe, even if we know they need one. And then it is helpful to be able to say, well, let's come to kind of a compromise. Why don't we try the typing route? It can also be very expensive to have scribes, and not every school has resources for that. It's a logistical nightmare when you've got lots of children on scribes. And then just lastly, it also does give options in terms of what accommodations would work for different subjects, different personalities, different realities, different sets of circumstances. So we find that in most cases they are extremely helpful, even if it's just to say, look, the typing is poor, the handwriting is poor, the planning is poor regardless, it's going to have to be a scribe. Sometimes that's not the case, and we can build autonomy into that child's scholastic environment by giving them the option to type instead.
Thank you. And also we want to try and streamline these processes, right, so that it's a once-off application when possible. And so if we include absolutely everything the first time, then not only can we provide all the accommodations that that student might need at that time, but also that we reduce the admin load of having to go through it again during their high school career. The other testing one that comes up a lot is around reading tests and why we would want timed reading and decoding tasks.
Yeah, so reading's a complicated thing, and there's so many sub-skills we're looking at. Our untimed reading and decoding can tell us lots about general ability, but they don't necessarily tell us if time would be beneficial. If we have a look at untimed reading and decoding, we can see, oh, this child has genuine difficulties, they're going to need a reader. But sometimes those reading and decoding tests come back absolutely fine. And then we look at the disparity between the timed and the untimed tests, we realize that that additional time is necessary, even if a reader isn't necessary. So that's super helpful. And then the other things that are helpful are those wide subtests when we're looking at oral reading fluency, speed, and accuracy. Helps us to develop a broader picture of why reading might be difficult for that particular candidate and what we can do in order to facilitate that and accommodate that. So even though those timed samples may seem like something that's sort of additional when the untimed samples should be enough, they really do give us a lot of information and are incredibly helpful.
Thank you, Denby. Okay, so those are the sort of general list of the questions that we dominantly see. Robin, I don't know if there's time for 2 questions. Anyone wants to ask anything? Okay.
Thank you. 2 questions actually. I hope I won't make myself look silly with the first one. I probably should know this. First additional language exemption. It doesn't determine, I think, whether one gets a bachelor pass or not. So why is it such a big deal to do first additional language? Or if it's very clear that a student is not going to make it with that, can they take an 8th subject sort of as a backup, so that if they bomb out of the first additional language, then they kind of cover the maths and maths literacy sort of situation? That's the first question. Then the second question is, what is the impact of accommodations on further studies for students after they matriculate?
Okay, thank you. Sharona, do you want to take the first part?
In terms of the first additional language, if a learner is struggling, they can offer an additional subject, an 8th subject. When the level of pass is calculated, we look at 4 at 50% and 2 at 30%. Again, the first additional language, if it's lower than that, or even if it's in the 30%, will not affect the bachelor's pass.
And in terms of the second component with the tertiary sort of level applications, I think that part of the process from the IEB space is to maintain within good educational practice to apply accommodations that help students to master their NSC. In terms of accessing university settings, different tertiary institutions have different requirements in terms of their application processes. But accommodations, to our knowledge, do not withhold or hold back any students from applying to university settings. The exemption from first additional language is one that we recommend students and parents investigate themselves in terms of the specific institutions they are looking at pursuing in terms of their careers. Anything you guys want to add?
Yeah, just
Indeed.
when it comes to the national benchmarking test that the students write, if they have accommodations, they're able to apply for certain accommodations when they write their NBTs. So that's rather important for them to know. And for them to know that that does need to be done quite far in advance. I think it's about 3 or 4 weeks. So universities are aware, and universities have to accommodate as well. So yeah, it's to the students' benefit.
Okay. Can we just add one? Just in terms of that tertiary level process, when you have an exemption from first additional language, the one area in terms of tertiary study that it does directly impact is junior school teaching, because junior school teachers have to offer 2 languages in their process of qualifying. And so students who haven't taken additional language, a South African additional language during their high school phase, do find that quite challenging and have to take that subject on in their degree. But other than that, there's no direct impact. And Leila will talk to that later, I think, in terms of tertiary level applications.
Question from online. What about applicants with a good cognitive profile, but failure to realize potential because of executive functioning and failure to integrate at a higher level?
So this is a really complex one. I think we need an entire recession just to answer this one in itself. So I think from our side, one of the main processes to consider is that accommodations are for learning barriers, not for not reaching potential. And that statement in itself is controversial because we recognize that executive functioning skills are a massive part of the skills required in order to be successful academically. But many students who are not reaching their potential, don't have the executive functioning, have a good cognitive profile. You know, for us, it's a lot more about the intervention and the support within the system that helps them build those skills as much as possible in order to then maximize and achieve their potential. But really the accommodations process is to recognize where specific learning difficulties exist, and we accommodate those learning difficulties. And again, we recognize that, you know, just in terms of the language of that, executive functioning does make learning more challenging, but it's not a learning difficulty that we're accommodating for. Does anyone want to add to that?
I think just to reiterate that you would look at it as a whole. So it wouldn't be discounted because of the intellectual profile. It is possible that the working memory is out of sync, and then you could get accommodated that way. So again, it would be looked at as a whole. It would not be discarded.
Please, Larry. Please add.
You know, it's a broad concept and consists of so many different aspects. But we do accommodate many of those. From an attention point of view, we have the separate venues to reduce distractibility, as the professor spoke about earlier, to reduce distractibility. We also have the prompter to refocus the person. So we need to function within a limited range of what we can offer as well. So we certainly do consider that and try and accommodate for it to the best of our ability. But you know, there's also limitations of what can be available for people.
Thank you.
Because there's a lot of them on the stage. You can see why I feel like I'm in good hands at the IEB with managing this policy, because I really do believe I've got people who not only have respect for their craft in terms of maintaining and constantly growing their own professionalism, but the care in which they consider each application is immense. I think this has been a hugely informative session, so I'd just like to thank each and every one of them, if we could give them a round of applause.
You do more than deliver content. You help learners understand themselves. You show them what's possible. You connect their learning to life beyond the classroom. And in a country like South Africa, where many learners are first-generation professionals, this role is vital. I don't know how many of you possibly would have seen the following articles that appeared at the start of the year. It was quite alarming to actually see that more than 114,000 students were left without access to universities, even though they qualified with a bachelor's pass. And it was really interesting to dive into the underlying stats of these students. The University of Johannesburg is a prime example of what happened. They received more than 120,000 applications for 700 available slots for the Bachelor of Education degree. And if you actually look at the underlying data, 95% of those students simply applied because they did mathematical literacy at school, and it was one of the only tertiary degree options available to them. It points to the fact that currently within the broader schooling environment in South Africa, there's a massive lack within the career guidance and subject decision-making process, leading to massive tertiary inefficiencies. Furthermore, recent data from UNESCO provides a clear outlook of the tertiary success rates of learners pursuing tertiary qualifications. This simply looks at whether someone completes their registered qualification at the institution within record time. Now, if you look at where we are relative to developed countries, we have a long way to go. But just pause with me for a moment to understand the impacts of this. It means that students will most likely have to incur additional debt to complete their studies in a country with factually zero GDP growth in the last decade. It means that students also aren't leaving the tertiary institutions in time, leading to less available slots for new and incoming students. It means that the job market doesn't receive the necessary skills in time, and all of this has downstream economic consequences for the future talent in our country. You might now ask me, Skulk, I understand that this is alarming, but what does this mean for the students in my classroom? It actually means that a lot of learners need to be even better at making the correct career determination and ensuring that their subject selection unlocks as many opportunities as possible. They simply cannot just be one of the 114,000 without placement. They need to gain admission and they need to succeed within their career pathway. We need to ensure that the constant backlog of student churn at the universities is avoided, and your students need to form part of the 35% who are successful within record time. To ensure that these students stand the greatest chance of success, I want to talk about some key building blocks of a holistic career guidance program. We are currently involved in several funding and educational projects run by some of the largest companies on the continent. We take a lot of students from the broader community and we then assist them with the necessary psychometric screening, admission pathway planning, and subject selection to ultimately place them at a tertiary institution in South Africa and even to other countries abroad like Denmark. And we do this for students looking to do vocational training all the way through to degree qualifications. And this has taught us quite a lot, as these funders wish to increase the likelihood of success of their student cohort through correct decision-making, placement, and ultimate performance. I want to start with one of the fundamental building blocks, actually understanding the different career options and pathways that do exist for them, and to narrow these down effectively. This reduces the admin burden as much as possible on both parents and learners. I don't know which one of you have spent some time recently trying to navigate all the different tertiary institutional websites to try and answer a couple of basic questions, such as course admission criteria relative to other institutions. I mean, the universities can't even agree on a universal APS score at this stage of the game. Application opening and closing dates, NBT requirements and booking timelines, adverse consequences of failing to do so by certain points of the year. So, it's critically important to put your students and parents in a position where they understand all of the underlying admission and admin with the necessary depth and to have some dynamic information available to them as it feeds into their subject decision. Then, the subject selection process that takes place for a student in grade 9 is critically important to unlock as many opportunities as possible for them. You only need to look at some of the statistics I quoted earlier. It points to the fact that the incorrect subject decision making is taking place, ultimately limiting career opportunities and leading to downstream consequences. At this intersection, it's critically important to look at the bigger picture, to understand how subject decisions limit future opportunities. And actually, they need a thorough indication of future career options and the requirements needed to end up in these streams to make an informed decision at that moment in time. Finally, it's critically important to remind students of the fact that from a careers perspective, they need to be on the ball with their academic performance in grade 11. Too many students find out at a later stage that they had to perform in grade 11. And it's critically important to remind both the students and the parents of the importance of this year. In this landscape where it's become so much more competitive for students to actually enter into these different qualifications, they need to give it their best go. All of our internally generated data over the last decade has pointed to the fact that the earlier learners and parents have a rough indication of career options and the required admission standards and impacts, the higher their likelihood of success later on. Therefore, understanding all the necessary admin around admissions makes a crucial difference and can lead to outcomes that are up to 80% better for these students. Next up, I want to touch on program focus. There should always be a student-centric approach to answering all of these questions. You probably would have found with a lot of parents within your schools that they're often trying to get their kids to pursue particular careers. And it's almost as though they go to counselors to find evidence to back up their decisions. Does this sound familiar? If you want successful outcomes, then your process should start with the student. Gauge their strengths and weaknesses and place options on the table that line up with the student's strengths. And only after that, inviting their parents into a broader conversation. It's critically important to ensure that these parents also feel empowered. But you can only do this after you have some options to discuss with them. So what I'd also like to do now is spend some time to have a look at some of the most engaging emerging technologies in the space and how they can bring all these different elements together. I'll list some characteristics of the best programs and platforms for you and give you some tips to look out for. Don't utilize rapid-fire assessments that give students an indication of outcomes in less than 20 minutes. I know that everyone has a busy schedule, but fast-track assessments that do not give true cognitive and personality assessments do not provide accurate outcomes. Prefer tools that contain psychometric screening so you can get an understanding of the cognitive abilities of the child. You need to be able to look at the core numerical, spatial, and verbal reasoning capacity of the child and then layer that with the school marks. The best tools have active data sets for each year and peer group so that they can showcase where a student sits relative to their peer group. Then, the best tools also connect the psychometrics up with the typical success profiles of people within the broader workforce and industry. Some of them use big data and AI to do this, probability match, and they all have live data sets. Some of the tools even go and take it a whole lot further by allowing students to dynamically shortlist different careers and then plan out the entire admission journey as part of that process. And because they are dynamic in nature, they can come back at any point in time, make changes, and see what the downstream consequences are of their new decisions. It's really important for them to also have access to tools where they can gauge the subject selection and see whether it actually enables or detracts from their potential qualification goals. It's critically important to have dynamic selection as part of this, which enable the parents to do this where they don't have to go through all these different manual processes to try and find out what the actual criteria is. You're welcome to come and have a conversation with me, but I know we're quite limited with time today. So what I want to suggest is that you can take out your phones and scan the QR code if you'd like to send me an email, or also take down my email address. And I'll then be in a position to share with you about some of these tools that have worked effectively across the different programs that we have in place. In closing, I want to encourage everyone, let's be the voice of possibility. Let's be the guideposts in our learners' journeys toward a future they're proud of. Thank you for the life-changing work you do every single day.
Thank you, Skulk, and I'm hoping that you'll have quite a few people coming to talk to you about what some of your technology can do to assist. And I think career guidance, for the fact that our schools have become so inclusive, means that we also need to pivot, if you will, making sure that we can give them the best advice for when they leave us and go on to study or do whatever it is that they want to do with their lives. So, Skulk, I want to thank you for your time. Please don't run away. I'm sure at lunch you're going to have quite a few people coming to talk to you. So thank you so much on behalf of the IEB. Thank you. Thanks, Skulk. All right, thank you. I'm very excited now to introduce our next speaker, Claire Marr. Claire is an HPCSA registered educational psychologist working in private practice in Parkhurst, Johannesburg. Her professional interests are varied, and she offers therapy, assessments, supervision, as well as training workshops on assessments and assessment protocol. She's especially interested in attachment, work with parents, and specific learning disorders. Claire has experience working in a remedial school setting and served on the management as learning support coordinator at Cedarwood School from 2019 until the end of 2022. Claire has presented at the Proudly Primary and SNIA conferences, as well as several schools. And now, Claire, you can add us to your resume. Thank you so much. We look forward to your presentation.
That's the button to change the slides. To the bottom.
Oh, thank
bottom
you.
one.
Okay, amazing.
I'll give you a 5-minute warning.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you. Afternoon, everyone. Got water here, I've got a bit of a tickle. It's not the anxiety, it's just the cold that's going around, in part. Thank you, Robin, for the introduction, and thank you, Robin, also for all your organizing and everything. You've been a star with all of this. Anxiety and depression wasn't on the list of things Robin mentioned there as one of my fortes, but I would like to view it as something under the umbrella of learning barriers. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. And just going to see how this little thingy works. And just to say that I haven't met Greg's friend Ted, so I have a lot more than 3 points here. But Greg, maybe you can do a little introduction at some point. So I'm going to look today at a number of areas. I think a lot of it is information sharing. I obviously want to be helping you guys kind of make sense of what this looks like within the classroom context, within your school context. But I'm going to look the definition slide is literally one. Just look at the definitions because it's actually too broad to define in one big presentation. Prevalence in South Africa, ADHD is a comorbid disorder, which was something that Kate brought up earlier a little bit in her presentation, and working memory, ADHD, and obviously the anxiety link was a question that was asked. What causes anxiety and depression, with a couple of areas, more than just those three that are listed there. The impact of it on learning, obviously, which is a huge thing that we all want to know, is how do we see it, what does it look like? Specifically what happens under the test or exam conditions, and then what can be done at school from a sort of preventive perspective and then a reactive perspective as well. So the definitions that I have, like I say, are very, very brief because it's far too broad to actually go into. There's such a variety of types of anxiety, types of depression. You'll have to look at the DSM sort of for the ins and outs of it. But anxiety being primarily this feeling of worry, nervousness, or unease about something with an uncertain outcome. And then depression, again, actually, if you type depression definition into Google, it doesn't actually automatically come up with one because I think it's just that big and that broad. But a mood disorder that causes a persistent feeling of sadness and loss of interest, very briefly so. In looking at some of the statistics in South Africa, and these are some that I've found online, but I am also going to talk you through a little bit of some of the stuff I've seen in my own work. We've got quite alarming statistics of between 14.7% and 38% of South Africans showing signs of depression or anxiety, which is higher than kind of the general global norms. That's higher in your metropolitan areas. It might also just be what's reported as well, obviously. Youth particularly affected in some studies, about 43% of young women between the ages of 15 to 24 in Soweto and Durban showed probable depression. And some startling research in the Western Cape showing significant levels of depression in girls, young children between the ages of 10 to 14, which is really, really young. That's sort of grade 4 starting. Something that's also mentioned, I think, in Skulk's presentation just now, just looking at the university students and contributing, I think, to their difficulties with actually getting into tertiary studies, but high levels of depression then once they get there in those first-year university students, linked to that greater, linked to the pressure of it, but also linked to then greater sort of progression delay, which might also take a while for them to then finish with their studies. I've been reading, and there's a book, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit more. It's called The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt. It's amazing. If you can get your hands on it, if you can study it, read it, do it. But these are some of the statistics that he includes in his book. These are obviously US stats, but they have been sort of proven to be quite similar in a lot of more first world countries, I guess, but there's no reason why this can't be true of other environments as well. And you can see here quite startling results in terms of since 2004, which is the beginning of that graph there, up until 2020. But since 2010, particularly for girls, 145% increase in major depression, and for boys, 161% increase since 2010. Okay, so these are huge statistics. Some of this linked to the use of the smartphone, which we'll talk about just now as well. Sorry, I've gone backwards. Then emergency room visits for self-harm as well since 2010, also startling, 188% increase for girls, 48% increase for boys. Okay, so not as much. Girls are mostly affected by social media, boys more by gaming and pornography. So quite hectic. And as I say, the social media side of things for girls, it's about sort of being liked, it's about having the follows. It's about sort of seeing their life on the screen as one and the same. Their life on screen and their real life is the same thing. Just as an aside, and maybe the wrong slide to make a joke, I'll move it over just to make a joke, is that I saw a little meme the other day that said, how many followers is a lot? Is 3 followers a lot? And they said, well, on social media, no, but in a dark alley, yes. So some of my own data, I every now and then conduct the Beck Youth Inventories test for some of the learners or the testees that I see in my practice, whether it be for therapy or for assessments. But I've taken sort of some of the data from about 40 of them, Aged between 18 and 21, more females than males, which I think is already something to think about, perhaps, that there are more females either coming for therapy or for assessments, more help seeking in that way. And as I said, the reason for referrals was primarily for that. So just having a look at the first, so for those of you that don't know the BEC is broken down into 5 different sections, self-concept being the first one, looking at sort of the child's self-concept. And the graph here, what we can see, I don't have as much data for the younger or the older kids, but if we look at those middle ones, again, we can see there that for females and for males, self-concept tends to decline over time. So we're seeing from the ages of 11 to 13, where it is slightly higher, more average, it does tend to decline quite substantially with age as we go older. And girls generally are rating themselves lower in terms of self-concept than boys are. What we have a look then in terms of anxiety, we see sort of the opposite. We see the anxiety increasing with age. 70% of my particular sample, now obviously this is a sample that's come for support, so there's already something sort of pre-existing, but nevertheless 70% of that sample falling in the elevated range, and severity rising in that 17 to 19 group. Now what's also quite scary about that is we looked at Kate's graph earlier, which shows that that sort of peak and that time is exactly when the working memory is at its peak. So now if we're taking peak working memory where it's supposed to be, but peak anxiety, we also, I think, are bringing down that working memory capacity as well. And again, girls are scoring half a point higher than boys. The depression works in much the same way, roughly 60% shown for elevated symptoms, and that age curve kind of mirrors that of anxiety. And obviously this sort of means we're needing to look at mood kind of interventions that are more linked to specific genders as well. We might be having to target interventions differently for different groups. Then if we have a look at the anger, so anger is one of the other scales on the BEC. So here we do have it elevated a little bit, the age 20 being a bit of an outlier, but is more elevated, and then obviously having a bit more intervention there in terms of important anger management during those older years as well, which can obviously contribute towards our mood and our learning. And then the last one is disruptive behavior. So in terms of the group that I was dealing with, it isn't very sort of elevated in this particular group, only about 18%. So in the particular group, perhaps more about kind of internalizing stuff rather than externalizing. I think some of the scary stuff is a lot of the internalizing is taking place in the bedrooms, on games, and not necessarily with friends or with your peers. So obviously that's a big cause for concern. Looking at ADHD as a comorbid disorder, so some sort of stats will show that about 60 to 80% of children who are diagnosed with ADHD will have some sort of comorbid disorder, something else that kind of comes with it. 25 to 50% have anxiety as their comorbid disorder, and about 20 to 30% have a major depressive disorder at some point, so perhaps not consistently, but at some point during their adolescence. And these rates are actually much higher with girls, especially with the inattentive type. So I think when we see girls who have ADHD and they're more inattentive, they struggle a lot more with anxiety as well. And there is actually quite a growing concern around the fact that a lot of our girls, that sort of comorbid internalizing side of things isn't always seen with these adolescents. So they're diagnosed with ADHD, and we kind of go along and treat the ADHD, but the internalizing kind of depression and anxiety isn't necessarily paid as much attention to. And often that kind of distress comes across as laziness or disobedience, as opposed to it being seen for what it really is. Girls, like I said, girls with ADHD are often diagnosed or underdiagnosed or misdiagnosed, and sometimes they do present with anxiety primarily and actually need to be treated for ADHD as well. There is sort of not a contradiction, a helpful side to it is that oftentimes girls, especially the girls who are slightly more academic, actually it can push them a little bit and actually help them. The combination of the ADHD and the anxiety can actually help them sometimes because it sort of helps motivate them, and that ability to self-monitor kind of kicks in. But if they're undiagnosed ADHD, undiagnosed depression, we do have the very similar difficulties like what we might see with children who have anxiety, disciplinary problems, internalized shame, drops in performance, which is obviously why we're all here to think about. So why does this comorbidity happen? Well, there's a variety of possibilities. Executive dysfunction and ADHD, which we know about, can lead to academic struggles, which can lead to low self-esteem, which can lead to the anxiety and depression. So sometimes the ADHD is kind of the primary diagnosis, is what then leads to the rest. Again, with the ADHD, rejection sensitivity, difficulties socially, and social challenges can lead to emotional dysregulation. ADHD does increase your life stress as well, which can heighten your vulnerability to mood disorders. And then the last one is, which Kate would know a bit more about. I'm a little bit relieved that I don't think she's still here, because I can now talk about stuff that I'm sure we all understand at a similar level. But the biological overlap. So there are these shared neural pathways, obviously. So there's a likelihood there, not just from one causing the next, but the fact that there are pathways like your dopamine, your serotonin dysregulation, or regulation that kind of follow on the same neurological pathways. So, I mean, what causes anxiety and depression is so big. It's so varied. These are just but a few, and I've got another slide to look at more of them. But I'm going to go into detail with some of them. The others, as I say, they're too big, they're too broad. We'll be here all day. But the first one being your hormones, your genetic predisposition as well. So the likelihood, obviously, for teenagers anyway, they've got raging hormones, and this can definitely contribute towards their ability to regulate their emotions, as well as then if there's a genetic predisposition, so family or parents who might also be anxious or also depressed. Obviously, that then is a precursor for that. This sort of age group, your adolescents, are, for those of you that know Erikson, they're in that Erikson stage of your identity versus role confusion. They're trying to find themselves. They're trying to sort of figure out, who am I? How do I fit into society? And successful sort of resolution of that conflict can help them sort of overcome the anxiety and the depression that might come with it. But if they don't have that direction, if they're not supported during that kind of crucial phase, they then might struggle to sort of realize who they are. And obviously in that, they're seeking for a particular image, which is one that they often turn to their peers, or they turn to social media to find out more about, which obviously we know has got very damaging effects. School performance, obviously, and academic pressure is a big one, and that can be your internal pressure or pressure that's coming from your parents or from your teachers. And interestingly, well, Skulk just mentioned it now, like how do we help with some of the pupils in preparing them for university? And one of the things is at grade 11 to remind them how crucial this time is. But the reminding them of how crucial this time is also the time when they then are like, oh my God, this time is crucial, and that's when the anxiety sets in. And it's just really a very difficult sort of balancing act. There was a study done, it was a school in Bloem, so it's sort of an isolated study, I guess, in that way, but they looked at anxiety and depression levels of grade 11 and grade 12 students, and there they found that 81% of them would contribute their main stress to being the academic workload. And that's something that, and I've said towards the end, I didn't realize there'd be so many Department of Education, IEB people here, but can we scrutinize the curriculum, is one of the big things, which maybe I'll leave out. Conveniently run out of time at the end. So the academic workload obviously being huge, uncertainty about the future. 77% of those students said, the pressure on them, the uncertainty about where to from here. And luckily for the teachers in the room, the stressful teacher relationships only accounted for 12% of their stress. So not so bad. It might feel like you're the ones to bear the brunt of it, but you're not. And then your comorbid disorders, which I said, and that we could go into sort of a lot more. I've spoken a bit to ADHD, but any comorbid disorders that come with it, for example, autism spectrum disorders as well, will sort of contribute towards the development of depression and anxiety. I've said here that there's a bit of a double-edged sword of education, and obviously the arrow on my left-hand side, your left-hand side, is obviously the one that we want to work on more, but the more educated somebody is, the less likely they are to suffer from anxiety and depression. So education is a positive, it's a buffer for mood disorders, even if they are pre-existing, but it's a buffer for that. But the other side of that is that the further up in high school our students go, the more anxious and depressed they become. And so we've got to almost be able to push through that little time, and I say little, it's not little when you're there, but that time in high school, push through it, make sure that we're putting stuff in place so that we can reap the benefits of that education later on that can hopefully help much later in terms of those other, developing further or more severe anxiety or depression. Other causes are family circumstances. These are things that are, I was listening to a podcast this morning, audio book, it's The Myth of Normal by Gabor Mate, and he was talking about capital T trauma and small t trauma. And I think some of the trauma that we know is your big traumas, your wars, your pandemics, your abuse, those sorts of capital T's. And then you've got your small t traumas as well, which are things that are a bit more benign. They're not sort of as well documented. They are just ways of being, perhaps in families who might be a bit negligent of a child's sort of specific needs, not deliberately, a mom who's preoccupied with something. But the family circumstances can be those big T, those small t traumas. And then the big one, which is the social media and the smartphone use. And if I could have a separate workshop on this, I would, because the statistics are quite sort of astounding. And as I said, that Jonathan Haidt book that I recommended at the beginning, there's been, those tables that you saw, that significant increase. The smartphone, the iPhone was brought into being in 2007, and I think around 2010 was when the front-facing camera was introduced. And from there, that's where that sort of, increase in everything and descent for a lot of the good things has come about. So one of the mentions earlier was around the sort of lack of play. I think Jana mentioned it, the sort of lack of play that children are doing in the smartphone that kind of comes into it. And Jonathan Haidt speaks about it as sort of a rewiring of childhood. They've moved away from play-based and it's all screen-based, and that's been a huge, huge contributor. Things like the socioeconomic factors, COVID, again, we've had multiple mentions today around the number of children, or where the current sort of COVID generation children are currently in our education system. And obviously there, for anybody, for whether they're school going or not, anxiety and depression were elevated because of the circumstances that we were in that pandemic. The other thing is your poor emotional regulation skills, which is something that can be taught, hopefully. And then the last one, another cause, is being part of what we would call a high-risk group. So such as our learners or our children who are part of the LGBTQ community, or those who are transgender as well. There's much heightened kind of possibilities of anxiety, depression under those circumstances. The social media impact I wanted to just go into again briefly, just looking, like I said, that shift and that rise in depression and anxiety, which is mirroring the introduction of the smartphone and the use of smartphone. Local studies as well showing high cell phone correlates, or correlating rather, with significant and greater depression risk. And I think it was the Holy Rosary School that did a 40 days without cell phones project. I don't know exactly when it was. I found it online, I think last year. And there were reports of improved sleep, improved focus, better emotional well-being, reduced stress just in that time. I think it was done for Lent, over the Lent period. So it was just something, and just that positive impact of it was noticed just in those 40 days. This is another of the graphs from Jonathan Haidt showing the depression by level of social media use. And so we're looking at the bottom going from 0 hours per day up until 5+ hours per day. You can see the more time spent on social media, the much higher the clinically significant depression levels are. It's quite horrific. There's some statistics that I was listening to about some, and I am probably addicted to my cell phone, so this is not coming from a high and mighty position at all. It's an honest one. But some statistics of girls, and mostly girls, but spending sort of sometimes about 7 hours a day on their cell phones. And it works out to be sort of almost a part-time job, that they actually, or a full-time job actually, that they're actually doing, while on their phone, trying to study as well, and going into it. 73% of children in South Africa are reporting digital fatigue, cyberbullying, social media pressure. So it's a huge, huge impact. So some of the harms associated with social media use, and a couple of these have been mentioned. Kate mentioned one of them earlier, but the first one being social deprivation. So we've got our teens are holed up in their rooms instead of spending time with their friends. It's on the next slide. I'll show you a graph with that just now. So obviously leading to weakened social skills, ability to kind of manage conflict. Sometimes, in the parents' argument, I had a parent yesterday and I was trying to explain some of this, and they said, no, well, they're playing games and they're on Discord and they're talking to their friends. It's not the same. It's not the same as that face-to-face interaction. I was saying to someone this morning, just being in an in-person conference today has such a different feel to it from being online. And that's for us as adults. We can feel it. For these teens, they are struggling, but they are not knowing how to help themselves. Sleep deprivation obviously is a huge one, which links into a lot of your anxiety, your depression, and obviously being sleep deprived significantly impairs then your ability to learn, and affecting your memory, consolidation, attention, and just your ability to remain sort of motivated and present. A big one, which is the one that Kate mentioned, was that attention fragmentation, kind of shifting between stuff all the time, going from one app to the next, going from one activity to the next, talking with a friend. Another one of those statistics, I think, was something about teenage girls, particularly girls, but I think teenagers getting about a messaging notification once every 5 minutes, it averages out to be. So if you're studying and your phone's on your desk, every 5 minutes you've got a notification popping up that, yes, you might be disciplined to have your phone there and not use it, but it's still interfering with you every 5 minutes. And then the addiction side of things, which addiction to anything obviously will have detrimental effects on your ability to function and complete other tasks of daily living, whether it be school, work, relationships. And the addiction to your social media or to gaming, etc., obviously is no different in that way. So if we have a look then, and again, it's simplified, it's summarized, because I think the impact is sort of, it's messy, it's varied, it kind of happens across a variety of different areas, and even some of these, when I go into these next slides, you'll see that one of them could actually fit into another slide, but I've tried to break it down a bit into your social, cognitive, emotional, and your physical side of things, of how anxiety and depression impact those areas, and I guess that as people working with young people, whether you're a teacher, practitioner, these are the sort of things that you're going to be looking out for, that you might be seeing. So from a social side of things, I think Confidence mentioned earlier at the beginning, inclusion and well-being are not luxuries, and our children, they need to feel safe and they need to feel happy before learning can take place. Okay, so we've got a lot of kids sometimes that are not happy. They might report not feeling happy or safe at school, which impacts their social lives. They prefer to withdraw. The graph that you can see on the right-hand side, they're also quite scary from 2003. That dropped down to, okay, data was collected in 2020 as COVID sort of had hit, so it might be a bit skewed and that it might seem a bit worse. But even before that, there were huge drops in daily time spent with friends, especially for that age group of the 15 to 24-year-olds. More time spent online, and if these teens are with their friends, they might be in sort of, if you're anxious, if you're depressed, you might be getting into fights with friends, withdrawing from friendships, not wanting to sort of spend time with them, or finding fault with the friendships that were once sort of good friendships. The cognitive impact, again, this is where I'm relieved that Kate's not here. It's where my anxiety shows, is some of the areas that I'm not as au fait with. But just to have a look here in terms of cognitively, what anxiety does in the brain. So the left-hand side is a healthy brain scan, the right-hand side is an anxious one. They don't look altogether very different, but there are different areas that are being affected. So the red is where the brain is more active, and the healthy brain is showing a bit more of an active cerebellum, whereas the anxious brain is this overactive basal ganglia, which is affecting your decision-making, your learning, your development, your habits, and if it's overly overactive, it can lead to sort of maladaptive thinking patterns, so where you start ruminating or you don't use the correct coping strategies because you've got too much going on. And if we link it also to Kate's presentation with Baddeley's multi-concept model, that prefrontal cortex, which is sort of involved in your decision-making, etc., is often shut down by your anxiety as well. So that will then affect that ability to use that phonological loop, for example, or the visual-spatial sketchpad. It will be affected there because anxiety actually shuts down that area of the brain. In terms of depression, this picture speaks for itself. Obviously, the red, again, is the more active parts of the brain, and in a depressed brain, we've got huge reductions in lots of the areas, but specifically, again, in that prefrontal cortex, which is affecting then your executive functioning. It affects your decision-making, your problem-solving, and then as well as in the hippocampus, which is your emotional processing. So when we have pupils in the class who are anxious and who are depressed, here what we're seeing is proof that they can't just, and I'm not suggesting this is the case, but that they can't just feel better, that they can't just snap out of it because there's something actually going on physically in the brain that's affecting their ability to actually attend to that learning. So the other aspect of cognition and the impact on anxiety and depression, from anxiety and depression, is that poor concentration, memory lapses, impaired working memory, impaired decision making. So you might find that then this impulsivity kind of heightens as a result. In the midst of also having an ADHD child, you have then much more impulsivity, difficulty processing of information, difficulty retaining it. So even though you might have started off on a good sort of wicket, like Kate had said, the beginning of school being your working memory, being that a very good measure of your capabilities, as soon as you've got something like anxiety and depression coming in, it's really taking away from that opportunity to utilize those skills. Lower academic achievement, which specifically in your younger children is noticed in spelling and maths. So your primary school kids, these are the areas that they might struggle with more. And adolescents, as with any mental disorders as it is, are at a higher risk of failing your secondary school or your sort of senior phase, and depression increases that risk by 70%. So these children are at much greater risk of not actually completing their schooling. The emotional impact side of things, this is what you might see a bit more: avoidance, withdrawal, loss of interest. These are the kids that no longer choose to play the sport that they once have been very good at, or they no longer are participating in class as they were before. Some irritability, some acting out, low or inconsistent motivation and effort, intrusive thoughts, fear of failure, and like I said earlier, that anxiety can actually enhance performance in some of the girls because it just motivates them so much more. This might also look kind of synonymous with just being a teenager, but I guess that's about being able to discern where it's different to how they normally are. And then your physical impact, which we know about as well. We know it's not just in the head, but where we see it might be in sleep disturbances. So you've got kids who don't sleep at night, they sleep in the classroom. Fatigue, headaches, nausea, low immune systems, diminished appetite or they overeat, substance abuse, restlessness, and then frequent absenteeism as well as a result. Okay, this is but just a few. There's so much. I mean, it's so broad. In terms of children versus adolescents, there are some differences. And if we look at children first, in terms of anxiety, primarily our young children are presenting more with social anxiety, a bit of separation anxiety perhaps, so difficulty separating from their caregivers, fear of specific situations, not necessarily kind of a generalized anxiety, excessively worrying about certain things. And like Greg said earlier, some worries are normal. Being nervous for a test is normal. We're talking here over and above that. We're talking about debilitating, where it can't be seen, the wood for the trees can't be seen. And I guess that's part of where we've got to actually help parents and the children themselves, is to see which of it is normal and expected, and which of it is the stuff that really needs the help. Adolescents, similar to children, but a bit more obviously complex worries, and the social side of things obviously increases quite a lot. Academic pressure, worry about the future. Depression is less common in children than it is in the adolescents, but it's not there. We do find that there are children who do suffer from depression. They might present with irritability, social withdrawal, regression, sleep or appetite changes, loss of interest. Whereas with the adolescents, it is more persistent, distress, persistent sadness, and that loss of interest, feeling insecure, feeling worthless, lack of concentration, might be suicide risk, suicide attempt, for example, and obviously there's more of that, there's more of that in the adolescents. It's not, again, children are not exempt for it, and we do have children who do often present with suicide risk or ideation. In terms of gender disparities, I've spoken about those a little bit, but just some things to draw your attention to is that, and I've said it already, but girls, their anxiety and depression is more linked to the social side of things, social media, trying to fit in, trying to be a particular way, whereas boys, actually, it's more, even though there are lots of boys who act out, we actually rather have the acting out boys than the ones who are holed up in their rooms, and usually that's around gaming, pornography, which then leads to that academic disengagement as well. For boys, mental health is something that's less reported, so that it does seem to be that they have less inclination to seek the help as well, whereas girls will report it more, and they will report higher levels of anxiety and depression than the boys. Boys, it's more irritability, aggression, maybe a bit of acting out, but more masked sort of with defiance or withdrawal than it being about the sadness, about the anxiety. Whereas girls, we do, and this is obviously stereotype because there are lots of girls who don't reveal and don't sort of share, but the majority of them would share more kind of outwardly, and they would be able to kind of say how they're feeling, but it's that sadness, that guilt, and against the perfectionism though, which is sometimes a motivating factor. I'll start on the right-hand side for the next point, is that for girls, a lot of these symptoms are, and this is why it happens sort of during the teenage years, is they are a lot of the time affected by hormones, about their with their estrogen kind of fluctuations, which obviously boys don't have. They do have hormones, we know this, but they don't have the estrogen fluctuations, but they do have, so they're less impacted by their hormones in terms of their mood. And then, as I've said, sort of generally speaking, boys will act out in many ways. They might sort of risk take, abuse substances, whereas girls have a tendency to sort of internalize a lot. So they might still ask for help, but they don't act it out. They'll more kind of keep it inside and worry more excessively about these things. So in terms of what happens, and these are the things that as teachers or people working within schools, this is what you would have seen. These are the things you see, this is the reports you get. It might be a child who slept poorly the night before because they're worried, they've stayed up very late going over their exams. I'm startled by the number of clients that I have in primary school who are working until 9, 9:30, 10 o'clock at night sometimes to prepare for cycle tests. So that's one thing that sort of comes up. Procrastination is another thing, so I think that's also quite a complicated one because often we see procrastination as not engaging, not interested, but actually it's coming from a place of anxiety and it's a sort of difficulty getting started with it. Or procrastinating because of that sort of depressed mood. Panic attacks is obviously a much more overt display of what's going on. I've had a number of clients recently saying they just freeze, they blank out, they can't sort of remember, they prepare, but then when they get to the test or exam, they just cannot access that information. And that's where we see in the brain, like that really can happen. That's where I've just shown you that prefrontal cortex is interrupted by anxiety, and it just kind of blocks that ability to actually draw on what you actually know. Running out of time due to spending too much time on simple questions, overthinking, writing too much, trying to get the perfect answer. I think one of the things that I think about often is sometimes, a computer, for example, yes, maybe a child can edit their work a bit better. They don't have to have all these backs and forths of their planning, which can help a child like this in terms of not running out of time because they've got a bit more chance to edit. But oftentimes that overthinking really impairs them. Difficulty concentrating on the material, so actually studying on the questions when you're there, emotional flooding, and just your reduced performance. So these are a lot of the time these kids that say they know the work, give it to them now, they know it, but put them in that situation and they just can't do it. I've got just a couple of, not case studies, I'm not going to go through them with you, but just to list, just to kind of see like sort of the correlations, I guess. So to start off with, two 12-year-olds, both in grade 6, one female, one male. So just to look, for example, at some of the contributing factors, first for the female on the left-hand side. This young girl struggling academically, she presented with sort of specific learning disorder type symptoms, so struggling a lot with reading, struggling a lot with spelling, but her full-scale IQ is a little bit low overall, so it wouldn't really sort of necessarily diagnose the SLD, but nevertheless presenting with difficulties with reading. Comorbid ADHD, family history of mood disorders, and ADHD as well. So you can see there, if we go back to my slide on kind of what some of the contributing factors might be, there are a couple of them here that she has. So then what we see, the fallout from there for her is that she's struggling to listen, she's disruptive in class, she rushes her work, she's hesitant to respond when you ask her a question. If she doesn't 100% know it, she won't answer you. Some nervous energy, biting nails, eating compulsively, doesn't ask for help or speak up when she's unsure, and leading to a low self-concept. So these are the types of kids to kind of look out for in the classroom, are the ones that don't ask for help, and usually the sort of encouragement is she must ask for help, and it's sort of like, she's not able to actually do that. We've got a male on the other side, and this is a slightly different presentation for what a lot of boys are like because it is more sort of inside, internalized, but here contributing factors being maternal depression for this particular child. Having older parents is also a factor for kids sometimes developing difficulties. some comorbid OCD behaviors, and he had undergone an EEG at some point, which showed a lot of what they called mental noise. So there's a lot going on for him kind of when he's trying to process information. Presenting with average marks, but reluctant to do homework, lacking motivation and participation, frequent absenteeism, frequent stomach aches, low level of interest at school, weak maths scores, which we know are often, like I said, primary school maths is very highly linked to emotions, and some difficult family and social relationships. These are the kinds of kids that pass sort of under the radar because they perform averagely. They get sent for maths support because that's seemingly the only area that's a problem, but actually there's a lot more going on. Two other case studies then, just to look on the other side of it, now looking at the adolescent side of things, one female, one male, similar age, same age. Contributing factors for this female: father died in 2020, mom's been diagnosed with cancer, she's in grade 11, so grade 11 in itself is obviously one of those contributing factors, as we've seen. A history of schooling at a school for exceptional children, and so she's got this pressure on herself of now needing to be exceptional. Possible comorbid ADHD, and the fact that she's female. So here in academic context, she shuts down, she leaves material out, she underperforms despite her preparation, over-analysis of questions, slower processing speed, weaker working memory, so that whole prefrontal cortex is just shut down, and that is impacting so much of her learning. And then on the other side, the 16-year-old male, sort of your contributing factors to his mood: lots of gaming, social media, watching videos till late at night, no sort of parental controls. The day before my assessment actually had been up late doing such. Abusive father, substance abuse, and you'll see I've put substance use under the contributing factor, but also the fallout, because I think it's a chicken or egg kind of situation. And a moderate specific learning disorder, which up until this point at grade 11 was undiagnosed. So he's been going through his whole schooling with difficulties, not having had those attended to. So we see there lack of motivation, accepting subjects he likes, giving up easily, poor time management. He becomes quite introspective about things, substance use again being a possible fallout, and that a bit of acting out that he presents with. So the point of these case studies, like I say, is really just to see what you might see in the classroom and to see where you might notice your learners or your pupils presenting in a similar way. So what can be done at school? So again, the list is long, but I think in terms of, I've separated out the sort of what can be done in terms of your preventive or your reactive kind of options. And I'll elaborate on some of them. Some of them need more time, but a big one is in terms of teachers being well prepared for lessons. I think that's a main one. If I think of coming to the conference today, Robin had communicated with us what time we needed to be here. She communicated a map that we got given in terms of where to drive to. She communicated again after that to say, and this is probably a lot of Robin's anxiety about the day, which we can think about separately, but communicated the map, communicated where you can park, which person will speak to you. So there's a lot of stuff, a lot of prep that goes in, and when you prepare like that, and when you prepare your student, they know what they're doing. I drove in the gates this morning, I knew where I was going, I knew where to park, I knew what time I was presenting, and you can allay a lot of that anxiety if you can just be prepared as much as possible. Sharing information about upcoming tests or assignments. Safe and predictable classroom routines is obviously a big one, and I think thinking about Greg as well, the predictability about what accommodations are on offer. So knowing that ahead of time for parents, for children, that they know that when they get to a test, they will have their reader, they will have their scribe, so that kind of predictability there, or that they won't have it, but at least they know about it. Psychoeducation for teachers and professionals, which is what we're doing today. Phone-free schools, and this is a huge one, because I heard yesterday of some schools that it's almost mandated in some, because they want the kids to be independent, they want them to be able to kind of get the work themselves, not have to get stuff through parents, which I understand. But phone-free schools during the course of the day from 7 o'clock until 3 o'clock would be one of the hugest contributors to helping with that anxiety and depression levels. Building, like Greg said, which I wish I'd added in, but building lagging academic skills that contribute to that anxiety as well, encouraging extramural activities, which I'm going to go to now, and then a bit of peer support, mental health screenings, school-wide mental health programs, and that point at the bottom that I've run out of time to talk about. So look, So looking at the value of extramural activities, just a couple of comments, because I think that's also, it's a tricky one, because you hear about a lot of much younger kids, grade 2, grade 3, that they don't even have time to come to therapy. You know, they've got a full day. The mom will say to me, you know, he's free from 4:30. And I'm thinking, what is he doing from 12 when they finish school until 4:30 that he can't come to therapy? It's hectic. But there is a value of a certain level of extracurriculars, which I know is why the majority of schools enforce at least 1 hour of something, or one sport and one cultural, something like that, to kind of help these kids, because it improves and helps with social connection, obviously reducing that isolation. So even if you've got these kids that are holed up in their rooms in their own time, at least they've got a time outside of academics where they can be part of a team. Skills development, increased confidence. I always say to my parents in the assessments that I do, if we can find something, a sense of mastery, some sort of something that this child can be good at, it will help them feel better. Stress relief, healthy coping mechanisms, improved mental well-being, and obviously a last one, which is a big one for this age group, is a sense of belonging and purpose. So if we can make sure that extramurals are incorporated, they can be a buffering factor, and as I say, more of like a preventive factor rather than something that we need to do after the fact when the children are already not wanting to do it. In terms of the reactive side of things, or again to use Greg's word, the responsive side of things, looking at a responsive curriculum as such, would be providing those safe spaces and connections. And this doesn't have to apply to just the psychologist or just the person who is in a pastoral care role, because part of the sort of, I mean, there's a number of them, but part of like the 7 sort of roles of a teacher, that pastoral care kind of comes in there. It doesn't have to be somebody who's trained to be a psychologist. Being a mentor, being a role model can really help, and that can start in the classroom. And on that vein, kind of using language that fosters psychological safety, helping where possible to reduce that anxiety in the classroom. I know it's that balance of kind of it's grade 11, you guys have got to work, but there's also, you know, how do we reduce that, knowing that these kids in grade 11 already know they've got to work? How much do we then help them with that anxiety versus contributing to it in the way that we kind of encourage them? Therapies, which aren't necessarily done in the classroom, but practicing therapies, referring for therapies, CBT, which is your cognitive behavioral therapy, mindfulness. A big one is collaborating with parents and therapists. That's been mentioned a few times today. And I think in thinking about that, and I thought about it during the panel discussion, was also about managing the parents' anxiety, because a lot of the time parents are coming and they're saying, my child needs this, and what's going to happen? They're going to fail this, and if they fail Afrikaans, what's going to happen? And it's about actually managing that and using, hopefully, the information we have today to be able to help the parents make a bit more sense of what's needed. And something I suppose I think about as well is that the other day I had a positive experience, but sometimes you have these parents who are disappointed that you don't find anything wrong in your assessment. And I get it, because it's like, well, they're wanting to get X or Y, but we've shifted somewhere from it being kind of not there's nothing wrong with this child, to, oh no, they're not going to get the help. You know, are you sure there's not specific learning disorder? Are you sure? You know, so I did have a positive one the other day where I said to the mom and the child, I said, there's no way that she's getting the exemption. I said, even though there's an SLD, there's no way she's getting it, because the stuff she's practiced, she's learned it, she's seen it, she's been able to the child even said to me, I know this from speech therapy. So she's proven that she's got the help along the way, and this mom was thrilled. She said, well, that's good news, you know, and at least we know, kind of thing. That was the one outlier positive experience. I know this is an IEB conference, and this is the only slide that I'm referring to, the IEB, but just looking at the guidelines, and I think we've had a lot of this kind of cleared up for us a little bit. I think one of the big things that happen in terms of that upward trend of accommodations applications is an upward trend of applications because of anxiety. And I think we've been able to see, hopefully in my presentation, that anxiety is often real. It's coming, it's there, it's happening, but it's also happening because of grade 11, and it's happening because of the test. And we can't always mitigate for the anxiety that's happening because of the curriculum. We have to have those kind of processes beforehand, the reactive or the preventive kind of help before we get to that point. But for those pupils who really, truly need the help because they cannot do the exams without the help, we've got options like a separate venue. Okay, so separate venue is something that will obviously assist with focus. It'll take the pressure off. Now, separate can also be smaller, so it depends on what you've got on offer at your school. But to assist with that, to take the pressure off, And having that sort of Form D from your psychiatrist will obviously sort of give you, if there is an actual diagnosis or actual sort of intervention in place, the therapist will be able to or the psychiatrist will be able to contribute towards that and help with that. Additional time as well. So additional time is the one that's the tricky one, because that's where I think a lot of parents think, okay, because she's anxious, she's struggling to get to the work and now she needs more time, which may be true. But in the assessments that the psychologists do, and in the observations that you as the teachers do, we need to make sure what's causing what. So in the instances where the anxiety and the depression do have that marked effect, where you can see that there's a shutdown or there's a kind of that prefrontal cortex isn't working, we've got to figure out a way, and we've got to do it alongside other help, other support. Are they in therapy? Are they being medicated, for example, before we can say that they absolutely need to have extra time. And we have to see a fallout in our assessment or in the classroom to prove that they're not completing the work because of that. So if there's a slower processing pace, if there's slower reading that comes with it, if the anxiety is also linked to a specific learning disorder, there's more chance of that being granted if there's more evidence and proof that there's a marked impact on the performance because of the time. As well as things like rest breaks and food or medication intake. So rest breaks are nice because they sort of are not part of the writing time, and it's a time where a child actually can just stop writing, breathe a little bit, and not have to worry that it's eating into their exam writing time. Okay, so that's a brief overview, but I hope helpful in that way. So the last thing, just to recap literally, is just some key takeaways, things that I'd hope for you, and obviously there's a lot of information, but just some things to kind of keep in mind with the pupils that you deal with, is that anxiety and depression can present differently. And I suppose it's about being aware of your individuals in your class, how they relate, what's normal for them, not what's normal. Okay, yes, there are some what's normal for the age group, but what's normal for them. Have they, from when you've started seeing them to a particular point, changed in a particular way, and looking and addressing that. Making sense of that individual then, instead of a one-size-fits-all approach. Sometimes the anxiety and depression are what affect learning, and sometimes it's the learning that affects the anxiety and depression. So it's also about knowing where to input your support. There's a variety of those: preventative, reactive. There might be more, I'm sure there are more, but these are the ones that I've chosen to sort of document today. Measures that can be implemented within your environments with support of, and if you are the support team, or if you've got a big support team, that's obviously also going to impact how much you can do. Working with all stakeholders obviously is important, and that's why we're here today. And lastly, just that psychoeducation for parents, for teachers, helping them be aware of their child, of what's going on in their child. They might see something at home, you seeing something different at school, being aware of it, communicating. And it's about, I think, just working. Those statistics for me are so alarming. We need to have a way, in some way, that we bring that back down. Whatever that may look like, and I do believe that incorporating a number of what we've spoken about today, as large scale as some of them might be, the hope is that will help us with our sort of future generations that are going through high school, and in turn help the teachers with it as well. So thank you very much. I don't have a nice question slide. I actually went straight onto references, so if you want to look at those. But if you do want to get hold of me, you can email Robin, I'm sure, and we can chat more if you need to. And I'm happy to field a few questions as well. Robin, do we have time for that? I know we're a bit late. Two questions. Megan. Sure.
Thank you for a fantastic presentation here. I have two questions, and it might be, I don't know if a panel wants to answer or you answer. The first is around accommodations for anxiety in primary school. So finding an increase, I work in high school context with Greg at St Stithians, and finding an increase in students getting separate venues or extra time in primary school without the support of documentation. And where the line is in primary schools to accommodate around anxiety. The difficulty I face is that the students come to high school with the expectation of writing this new venue, but with no paperwork to back it up. So they've never had an ESAC assessment, they've never seen a psychiatrist, they might have a GP letter here and there, they don't have any formal documentation of play therapy or anything like that, but it feels like a past fix of like, we're just going to need extra time in the second venue with no other interventions. So my first question is around primary schools
Sure, thank you. I think the first question, Robin, are you going to touch on that in your primary school? So Meg, I won't answer the one about the primary school because that will be spoken about in the presentation after lunch. In terms of the second question, in terms of the separate venue versus the smaller venue, I mean, I do think, like Claire said on the panel, obviously every case is going to get taken into account and as much evidence as you can provide from a school's perspective or from a psychologist, but we also know, I've seen a number of sort of psychiatrist letters that come with what looks like the parents' words. You know, the parents have said, please put that in, you know, and it kind of comes, the Form D's got just the parents' lingo. So I would say that looking at that, absolutely the toll that it takes on the school is immense. And I would imagine that you would be looking either at severity in terms of the sort of type of anxiety, the way that it impacts on the testing and exams. Is it more generalized? Is it actually like a complete all fall down possibility of panic attacks? We had a boy at the school that I was at Cedarwood who would have flat out panic attacks before each exam. He had to be in a separate venue because he couldn't be in another venue where he would also be disrupting the others. So I think it is about kind of managing the severity. Also perhaps if there is more of a comorbidity, if there is ADHD as well, you could perhaps motivate more for having that separate venue. Primary sort of separate venue, but my sense would be linked to severity. I don't know if anyone from the panel has anything to, okay, for now. You can talk to the panel later if you want more. There's one question at the back there as well, thank you.
Thank you, Claire, for the lovely presentation. My question is, what are some of the strategies or interventions that you think you can use, especially in schools, to help boys consult more? Because we find that when we have these workshops, most of them tend to think that it's more of a girl-child problems, and our stats do support that girls suffer from more mental health related challenges. So what have you found to be really helpful to help our boys come forward? Because they are the ones who also struggle more with academics because of the mental health challenges.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think one of the things that I didn't mention and I did read up in preparing for this is that boys are more likely to seek support in a peer mentorship group kind of environment. So, I mean, that's a hard thing to sort of set up from the get-go because we're assuming that boys don't want to do that. But I think that if it's less intense, I think, if it's less of kind of an emotional support, one-on-one, you're going to see the school psychologist type of support, but it might even be in the capacity of a role model, whether it's a male or female at the school, but less intense. I've done sort of a workshop about attachment, and one of the big things they talk about there is just for each child to just have somebody at the school that they can relate to and refer to, somebody who cares about them. So in those instances, it might be individually with those boys of identifying someone, saying, who do you get along with? Who do you feel like you could talk to? Who do you dislike the least at school? You know, and is it the coach? Is it their teacher? Is it a ground staff? Is it the security guard at the front? I've had kids who go to the bathroom and talk to the cleaning lady before. So who is it at school? And identifying that person who can be a kind of loco parentis, I suppose, checking in with them, and then potentially from there having something of a peer sort of grouping. I know one of the schools, Rodine, I think it is Rodine, has, I don't know what they call it specifically, and if there's anyone from Rodine here, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard from some of my patients where they've got groups that get together sort of on a regular occurrence, and they've got a couple of girls from grade 8, a couple from grade 9, grade 10, grade 11, grade 12, and one teacher, and it's not a support teacher necessarily, it's a sort of can be a subject teacher, and they get together and just have a time to kind of catch up, to check in. So something like that, even in a boys' school, I think could be really beneficial, of having that opportunity to grow and model from your older pupils, but in a safe, sort of contained way of a teacher, but not as threatening as therapy. So that's one of the big things. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Claire. And I must say she's very good at what she does, because you absolutely correctly diagnosed me as anxious the past 2 weeks. Really, Claire, I think this was so useful. I'd certainly, I think if you share your details, you've got a new gig, because on the chat, everyone's asking, they want you to come talk to their parents and their schools. But I think we all learned something from this. So thank you for your time, for sharing your expertise, and spending the day with us. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin.
So we're going to take 5 to 10 minutes just to, as Skalka said, that he's been a bit inundated with people wanting to see what his platform does. So what we're going to do is quickly show you the platform, and we're going to cut a little bit of lunch. But, you know, we're here to learn, so that's fabulous. Thank you.
Is this one on? Okay, cool, awesome. I received a couple of emails, so thank you so much for that. And I thought, let me rather just stand up and showcase some of the stuff to you so that it makes a whole lot more sense. So all the elements I spoke about earlier around what should be prevalent are sort of the guiding principles that we put in place when we developed like an entire AI-driven ecosystem to specifically help you with career guidance and subject selection within the school. So I'm going to show you something quickly, and it's been really exciting to work with the IEB team. And it actually covers a couple of different pillars. So I'm just quickly going to show you a couple of them now. The last pillar, the planning pillar, is the one that I spoke about earlier, where I'll show you now live on the platform how it works to really help the kids to write the clinical psychometrics, to actually get access to the results instantly, and then post that point, do the entire like career planning journey and tertiary admission journey like with the kids, and also how it ties into subject selection. But there are 2 other critical pillars involved here as well. So the IEB needed another tool to make sure that they could have greater line of sight over the preparatory sessions being done by the kids when doing exam prep and simulating past papers. So what the system also does, it really touches on that to prepare like your matriculants at year end for like matric finals by like giving you the ability to simulate a lot of the past papers. And then firstly, from a learning perspective, it helps you to teach a lot of these topics in the classroom, but it's going to make a whole lot more sense when I just show it to you. Okay, so first and foremost, like when you come in, I think I'm going to start off with like the career planning like component of it, because I think I spoke about it a little bit earlier. But what we get the kids to do is to come in to write 5 different like assessments for us. So they do 3 separate cognitive assessments: spatial reasoning, verbal reasoning, and numerical reasoning. They write a 5-factor personality assessment and also a career interest inventory. And what we then do is we use big data and analytics to take all of the underlying metrics for these students and do a probability assessment to showcase how much they look like someone who is typically successful across a list of more than 2,500 nuanced careers. So the whole idea with this is, by the end, but when you finish writing the assessment, you're actually in a position where you can come in and say, great, you get your immediate like write-up to see how your personality looks across the 5 like pillars for the 5 factors. It also showcases to you how you rank cognitively on a statistical like bell curve basis relative to your peer group. So what's really interesting about this, it just compares your results relative to everyone else that wrote the assessment in your particular age group. So it really helps you to determine like where someone sits within the broader parameter. And what the system then does, it does a predictive analytic and then shows you all the different career options and alternatives. It's quite small on the screen. That you can look. It's a long list of different options that positively correlate to you as an individual. And you can come in and shortlist these different careers, where we then showcase to you why it looks and why it will fit you like naturally. So that's sort of the first like starting like port of call. And what we then do is like we give you the ability to take your top 5 careers and you can dynamically come and change this, right? So you've got your list of suggested alternatives, but we want you to be able to come in and change those alternatives because you could change your mind over time. But what we then do is we take it one step further to help you with the entire tertiary admission like process. So we give you a list of all of the different tertiary alternatives that are available to you at the traditional institutions and the private institutions, and you can click in and view all the detailed requirements associated with this particular qualification stream. And you can see all like the core requirements and then also some of the other considerations in terms of when you need to apply, but when that closes up, whether you need to write NBTs, and you can even book your NBTs like straight from there. And you can also facilitate your entire application journey like straight from there as well. So it just makes the admin journey so much easier for a lot of the parents and kids to understand when they're working through a lot of this. And then what we do post that point is we help the kids to then, after they've answered the big question around which careers are available to them and which ones they should be looking at, we look at the secondary question, which is all of like the admin around the planning for tertiary admission. But finally, we then look at subject selection. So what we get the kids to do is to set qualification goals for themselves. And when they choose their subjects, when they go through the process, It actually showcases to them whether the particular subjects within their basket enable their particular goal or not, and whether there are missing subjects like in there. And post that, they can also, they can come in over time and track their academic progress and see whether they still meet the minimum criteria for the particular goal that they've set for themselves. So it's completely dynamic in nature, and you can come in and change your mind and see what an impact that makes on your potential planning journey moving forward. And then from a learning perspective, just to showcase this to you quickly. So you add all of the different subjects into your subject basket, and then you'll see the different topics pop up for you to have a look at. You can click into the particular topics and view all of the different subtopics and the difficulty levels at which a lot of the material is available. And then you can click into that and you'll see it then presents all of these different, all of the different content available to the students to do in classroom learning. So it's more than just answering the career guidance component of things. It's really also there to stimulate in classroom learning. And what they can do is they can also write past papers. They can come in and also simulate a past paper. So it's really nice in the sense that it's presented in exactly the same format that it would be at year-end final, but you'll see that there's a timer that runs in the corner. So typically for students that end up doing 20 minutes worth of that within the classroom, they can come in, do 20 minutes, log out, log back in and continue where they left off. So it's just to give you a high-level overview or scope of all of it. I know I'm eating into your lunchtime, so I hope that you enjoy lunch.
Thank you, Skalk. So we're going to break for lunch now. If we could please ask you to be back by 1:45 so that we can start at 10:02 for the afternoon session. For those of you that are online, please join the afternoon session link. Just registration number MG62FSGP. Again, MG62FSGP. Apparently your boot is opened, so please, if you could make your way there to close it. And if anybody's missing a car keys, it's for a Kia. It's got a Standard Bank key holder on it. Please come and see me during lunch.